What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It's Challenger Series, qualifier number 2. The stakes are higher, the competition is fiercer, and the road to the top is anything but easy. We got some rising stars and some seasoned contenders colliding in a battle for dominance. It's the path to pro, and you're finding it all here on the Siege Double Shot. I am the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Brun.
It's all right. Welcome back, everyone. The path to pro. Damn, what an opening line, my friend. This is it. For real. Teams got their opportunity to earn their spot in the Pro League. And I know there was a lot of questions. How exactly is that happening? And when is Stompn playing? And the answer to the second question is like literally in 5 minutes. We are just getting the lobby set up. Map bans are done. It is time to play. In the moments we have before the game starts, let's talk about that first question. What is the path, my friend? Now, last week we showed the graphic. Yeah, that is something. That's something there, the bracket graphic. But we wanted to show here is what does this really look like when we take it North America Challenger Series. We've got 2 regions split up, North America and LATAM, and you can see the LATAM qualifiers, maybe a little bit of an easier bracket through. And let's focus on NA for a second, my friend. What is the path? Now that M80 lost to JJ & Co. last week, 4 teams qualified in Open Qualifier number 1. We are in Open Qualifier number 2. Another 4 teams qualify. Next weekend, the final opportunity. 4 teams are going to make it from that bracket. 1 invited team, 3 from LATAM round out the total of a 16-team Swiss stage. The top 8 from that Swiss stage are going to make it to a double elimination playoff bracket where 1 team will win the NAL affiliate spot and 12 grand to top it off. But really, that almost is a side point here. NAL, so that is a lot of games left available. 4 teams make it today. We've got 4 best of ones in a row with a best of 3 tomorrow to find out who is going to qualify out of the Open Qualifier number 2.
Man, a lot of action, a lot of moving parts, and it's all happening here. 4 best of ones today. You can't beat it. It's going to be some great siege. And starting us out, when does Stompn play? It's right here. It's right now. M80x coming up to take on Astral, R6. A couple of names you know and love on both sides of the boards here. Well, I mean, it's redemption round if you're an M80x fan. A little bit of a David versus Goliath on the other side here.
Definitely a tough loss for this team last week. They absolutely dominated the first day. The best of ones, they cleaned shop. And we talked about their second game. They beat the first team so hard, the second team didn't even want to play. They forfeit. So ran the table until they got to that best of 3. And it was a close match all the way down to the end. JJ & Co. coming up big. But plenty of opportunities here still. So Stompn and his team going to take on Astral R6. Not as known in the community, certainly not in the crowd here today, but they've got their opportunity. They're the David versus Goliath scenario. Can they take down the Beast and the King at the same time? Not sure, but my favorite part of this, where are we going? Where's the battle going to happen?
That's right. The story is set and proved on the battlegrounds, and you can see it all goes quickly. It's a best of 1, and we are going to bank to start us off. We call it, Whiskey, a decider map, right? Because it's just got all of those qualities. It's a nice, large, open space, so plenty of room to move out, to spread around, plenty of room for that roam game to be, plenty of room for that extension. I love bank, and I love the variety that we're starting to see come into it as well, with, you know, a lot more of that first floor site being played.
Yeah, it is honestly one of my favorite maps, and I've always said that Chalet is my favorite. Bank is definitely creeping up on the list, and I love that we're getting to see it more often. And for me, taking Skyscraper down early was fantastic. I'm not a huge Skyscraper fan. Love that that we're not getting to see it here today. So, I would say approaching the certified hater level for that map, but bank it is. Now, we're still working on getting everybody in, still working on the lobby. There's a couple issues. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to take just a short break as we finish getting the teams ready and in the lobby before we get the game started. So it is moments away. We've got 9 players in the lobby. It is almost time.
Yes, that's right. So when we come back, it's a best of one to start us off. Will the king be dethroned or will he reign supreme? Find out right when we come back. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We told you it was just going to be a short amount of time. So now we get finally back in to these best of ones. Get ready on the path to pro, the gateway to greatness, and it all starts here. Bank. Whiskey, this is a map we've seen M80x be quite successful on. We've seen it go a little bit back and forth before, but overall expecting it's a pretty aggressive play here, especially because they're starting on attack, right? They're really great at exploiting some of those mistakes that are made, and Bank really lends itself to that.
They loved starting on attack. This team started on an attack on 3 of the games that we saw them on. Very good at it as well. And coming in best of one, I think want to make a statement. What we saw last week was 7-0, 2 games in a row, including beating one of the teams so bad they didn't want to play. That was a hell of a start to a run. Now, we know the best of 3 didn't go the way they wanted. That gives them the opportunity to show off a little bit more this week. Now, Astral R6, if you're a fan, we've got a tough hill to climb and a very one-sided chat generally. So keep your head up. Can you pull it off? I don't know, man. The king is playing today.
That's right. So what do they do? What becomes the win condition if we're Astral R6, right? So there's plenty of VOD out here right now, right? There's plenty of video of how Stompn and his merry band of men are playing. So what do you got to do? You got to slow them down. I think this is going to be a very big key point for Astral is they have to control the pace of the game very early. What does that mean? That means Stompn's got to be one of the first to go on almost every single round because he is good for a multi-kill if he is allowed to get inside, right? So win condition number 1, Stompn, he got to go. You got to take him out as your first entry kill. The second, you got to utilize and capitalize on that space that you're taking once you get that initial kill. Isolate and then aggravate.
That's right, my friend, though. It is time. Bank is starting now. The band's about to kick off. When to stop and play? The answer is now, my friend. And the first one down, Deimos. Not surprising. Such a good operator, especially on bank where you've got vertical control, you've got lots of reachable floors, a ton of opportunity there for roaming. He is a very great operator, and the fact that he's banned almost feels sad we're not to get him played today.
Yeah, at least for the first one of it. Monty, the second to go. No surprises there. It's the walking drone, the Mountain. Just feeding intel. Just don't want to have to deal with that space taker that Monty is. So no surprises again off the board here. As we head into the defense, probably looking towards that Valkyrie, that Mira, maybe the Tubarão, maybe even a K to, yeah, there it is. Maybe even a K to slow down that hatch,
There
or
it is.
to help open up that hatch play, which is so vital, especially getting into that basement area on bank.
We talked about it. M80x during the Crucible had banned Blackbeard on every single game they played. They were very consistent. They completely swapped the strategy coming into the NA Open Quals last weekend and banned out Monty on basically every map as well. So they switched. Rather play with the shield of Blackbeard and ban out Monty so they don't have to worry about it. You said it, Cade, keep those hatches closed. And then the other thing, M80 was very good with the Valk. Not going to be available this time around. Block some of that intel, and you can see Aiden bringing out the Blackbeard to start this thing off.
Now, look at here. One of the things that we talked about, Whiskey, is controlling the pace of the game. And if you look at it, every single operator being brought to you by the defense right now is designed specifically for that thing, right? Castle is great at funneling these attackers into these disadvantageous scenarios. Echo to get that intel and stop the plant. Area denial in the forms of Tachanka, Goyo, and Smoke. When I said they needed some pace setters, they really just took that to the bank and made sure that every single one of them was going to be designed to do just that. Now, here's the question. Where does it go? Are we extending upstairs with that castle, bringing maybe along the Goyo to help settle and a Smoke onto that blue stairs to really make sure that they're holding on? And yeah, you can see it already. Whiskey, it's going to be an extension up onto the first floor.
10 seconds remaining.
The question mark for me is the Tachanka. I love the Tachanka play. I think he's a fun operator. Is he competitive, though? Is he comp? Is he going to be the man that changes direction for Astral? I think it's a tough call here. He's got some opportunity, but when you have the Smoke and you have the Goyo, better bring at least a C4, right? They don't have any C4s on the board, and I don't think that Tachanka is going to be the guy that changes the direction of this game. I think that's going to allow M80 to take some space. They can wait out the fire a little bit, but that plant denial from the C4s is just too damn good, and I think it's a missed opportunity on the Astral side.
Already, we're getting the Twitch drone in, getting rid of some of that util. You can see, I don't know if that was a proximity alarm or maybe it was one of the yokais, but definitely already some of that gadgetry already done inside of the garage area. You can see they're up here taking some space up on the top floor. Blackbeard already trying to make his presence known, and what does that do? That means they found out that 2F is free and can start working that vertical. Time to start putting some pressure onto the castle who sits inside of Oakland.
He's moving around. He's making too much noise. He knows that he's got the attackers up above him, but just giving away intel, giving away sound cues. He's going to drop off that position rather than try and play it, hide, maybe catch somebody off guard. I think a little bit of a miss there from the castle play. Narzapeth, we'll see whether or not he changes the strategy up. At this point, though, everybody, minute 35, half the round gone. This team completely bunkered back down. Everybody in the basement now just waiting for this push to start.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if it was too early, right? He wasted it down to 1:40 left on the board, so really took up some time. Now, they did get map control quite early, but now it's starting to count down. 1:16, getting some of those Goyos taken down, starting to get rid of some of those, try to get rid of some of those Smokes. He does. He's sitting in the vault all the way back, both Smoke and Tachanka back there. Long distance hold here.
This garage hold is going to be interesting. They're very, very focused on who and what could be coming from the vault side. But right now, M80x not focused on that is all. A bit of a wasted resources on the Astral side. But this is a ton of area denial that they're going to have. Tachanka just burning literally up the area. He's got 7 of those canisters left. With 40 seconds, the execute is going down now.
That's right, starting to get in. Smoke canisters going off to Chonka fires. We're still 5 all, Whiskey. That's going to be some Sens gadgets as they're looking towards that door to see if the push-up is going to happen. One smoke canister back. Now, that's the danger. Tachanka puts himself into a tricky position. Stompn's going to find the first one off the board. Does get traded back.
Yo!
Franklin and Blackbeard go down, but answer back immediately as Rice is able to use some body shots to find one. Now puts us into a 3-3. The Grim Beat's going off, revealing Smoke's location as he's got him pinged out, but there's 2 there. So he's going to have to rotate back. Now they've got a post plant. He just takes a couple, goes down in the process. It's down to a 2v2 as Stompn is down. Time is starting to run out quite a bit here. You have to have 7 seconds on the board to get to defuse. Holding on to that vertical play here, it's going to make it real difficult for the defense to get in and retake site. Time's starting to tick down, and it's just proven to be just a little too late, my friends. 1 to hold and 1 to defuse, but it's not going to be done. He's just in an angle that you can't be got. They're going to send it. Round 1's going to go to the hands of the attackers.
With how much plant denial this Astral R6 team brought to the table, the Smoke, the Goyo, and the Tachanka, how in the hell did M80 manage to get the diffuser down? Fantastic play, using the combination of Hibana downstairs in the corner. There is no way they should have been able to get the plant off with how much utility that Astral brought to the table, but absolutely smoked. Really, we talked about the maybe a little bit of the extension in garage, sort of some wasted resources. M80 didn't push that side at all. We talked about how good this team is on attack. They love attack, and they were very objective-based. We saw them get the diffuser down in an incredible number of rounds during Qual number 1 and all of the best of ones. Showed up here on round 1, the first round of the first game today in what is M80's push here to make the qualification in number 2.
Man, yeah, you can see it ringing out in the chat. It's no C4, bit of a sell. The thing is, Tachanka can be a great operator, but he is so slow, right? It just takes so long to reload that gadget up, and every time that you're going to fire, you're potentially putting yourself into some danger. That C4 can be devastating from a distance, and it can claim multiple lives, and it does it very quickly. So this time they're going to switch it up just a bit. 1 operator to change. No smoke this time. They're going to stick the Tachanka. They're going to double up on the fire duty. Goyo is also on the board. But this time, Mirror's on the board, and guess what she has in hand? I'm going to bring out a C4.
How about that? Not even going to play the mirror window. Opens it up immediately, sets it down, and shoots it. So they have got this this change-up. I love bringing out the mirror as a strategy change here. With only 1 C4, though, still feels a little bit light. We have seen some teams bring 5 to the table here and to try and hold that down because some of that denial is time-based, and I think it gives a little bit of extra security that the defenders have that's not real, right? It like gives you a little bit of confidence, but it's false if the attackers can make that push in, and they've got a very similar lineup. The big change, obviously, Stompn not bringing out the Grim, going to change up onto the Nook this time.
Yeah, sometimes you can see a little bit of extension up when you've got a roamer putting some effort onto that second floor, then dropping down to the first, and really just kind of creating some of those that ghost pressure layer, right? Not having any of that here, and we're still going to see Rice get that opening kill. So man advantage is going to go into the hands of M80x, and they're going to do it with plenty of time still on. The drop down, it's a shield play.
Whoa!
Ooh, found him one as he drops down the hatch, and that's going to be the equalizer. The Blackbeard goes down. The spearhead and a shield taken off the board as we get equalized.
That's a big change-up in the way that Astral played the round last time. They had the castle dropped off that position, holding onto the hatch very, very early. And this time, he held on just long enough to watch the drop happen and is rewarded by taking down Aiden and the Blackbeard. So now, tied up 1-1, losing the Blackbeard a little bit more of a detriment to this attacking team than losing the Goyo is to the defense. So, but you see all this intel, all of this utility being cleared, still holding on to the garage position. Nazapeth, he got his one, now holding garage, waiting for this attack to push in. This time, though, Stompn making the garage push. Is Astral ready for it?
We're going to find out, and here goes the Sens gadget is going to make their bid towards an execute, and it's still the long distance. This time he's got the protection of a mirror from the long distance, and a couple of holes opened up, so really going to spread that fire out. But you called it, chat. Nook going to push up into the garage late. Whoever said that in the chat, might get us up. That was great. All of a sudden, Echo now going to try to deny the plant, but doesn't have an idea where it is, and it's going to be an L from the defense here. 2 people on the board to stop it, and a C4, and the plant is down yet again. Protect the President going to reign supreme here in this first opening couple of rounds.
Had to focus on the garage and fight, take down Stompn, but there's the C4. Gonna be able to take the vertical. No, he runs away.
Yep, just gets out of it, so it does take us into a 3-3. 10 seconds left to be able to get a defuse started. And you can see a bit of the head being brought out here. That's one going down as Rice is just able to take a shot and back up. And they don't know exactly where it's coming from. He's taking shots all over the place, but it's vertical on both sides. So Vic Bands and Rice, they're just going to clean this one up. And it's going to be 2 to the attackers as Basement has been foiled twice now.
All right, Basement, not the place to start there from the Astral side. They've tried it twice. Looks like they're going to make the change up here and try out a second floor hold instead, but common themes, right? We saw Astral try and use a lot of the plants in NAL with the Tachanka. Didn't work. Even bringing along all of that fire, all of that denial. M80x just did a fantastic job getting the plant down, using the Hibana default side, combination with the Sens, just shutting this this defense down. Couldn't see anything and completely fell apart. A bit of a sell on their side certainly, but a great execute on the M80 side is what cleaned that up. So now we get to see how this defense is going to try the second floor. They're going to bring out the castle again, which great choice upstairs to try and block off some of these sight lines, but they're not going to have this this ability to sort of fall back. Second floor has got a lot more avenues of approach, a lot more places that the M80 attacking team can get some sight lines in. So they're going to have to be careful in the way that they set this up.
Yeah, a little bit of a standard defense coming out, though, right? You've seen that shield is going to be placed, I imagine, near stock to hold on to some of that longer angle, backed up by the Mira. A couple of C4s on the board this time, but it's up on the 2F, so not nearly as big of a deal. On the side of the attack, though, they're going to get rid of some of that extension util. Floors on the board, those Roteros being absolutely devastating, especially when you don't bring a mute to stop them. So... After you. No, after you. I insist, after you. Some gentlemen on the Astral R6 team. They're making their rotates.
You cannot play this way against M80, against the King. This is not going to work. They need to turn up this level of aggressive play. Like a little bit of the tactical, a little bit of that hang back and wait kind of siege is not going to work when you are playing one of the best in T2. You know, there's a lot of question. Is this going to be a blowout? Certainly looks like it. But I want to see them just get crazy and push aggressively right now and try and upset something. Try and knock M80 off balance a little bit. You let them run their game, you are going to get run over.
Okay, so made a couple of bids towards that deployable shield. Haven't quite got it taken care of just yet, and a lot of intel being held right now by the Ash, who is on the drone instead of making a little bit of that entry, but gets some intel. And there it is. Buck underneath going to try to take one off the board onto the rotate, and they're going to double up on it here. And there it is. Couple of shots down below, but not going to find the kill just yet. Unfortunate. Tries to go for the wall bang, but instead it's going to be Frost on the rotate down below, and there's going to be Buck taken off the board as they find that vertical pressure taken down. Now man advantage is going to be equaled up as Rice yet again is going to find the entry on the side of M80x, going to perfect 5-0 currently at the moment. So a bit of a rotate around is going to see the Mirror taken off the board as they're going to try to maybe... I'm not sure. Man advantage is in the hands of M80x now, as they're going to try to go back for more of that vertical.
It's one of the things we saw from M80x across all of the Qual 1 games. They played the vertical well. Siege is obviously a game, intel in inches, but certainly we're in the age of verticality, such an important part. They play that very well. Astral was going to have to watch out for it. You saw the shots being taken through the floor. Even though Aiden's the first to go down, still plenty of vertical that can happen. And are you anybody surprised that they are going for the plant again? 3 rounds in a row.
They're able to find a double.
The jump out? No way.
Triple kill now, but it does put him outside, so into a 1v2. Has to take this fight isolated onto the bandit, who is surely going to be holding close, watching for him push up. Looking for a little bit of that intel. Still has one outside, so it's flashing onto the screen. Quick pull up. If he finds this kill, he's going to find himself in a real good spot. Now he just has to grab diffuser, and it's going to be a rotate
He's gonna get
huge
it down.
up. They're gonna go ahead and make this plant, which means we're gonna find ourselves in a post-plant scenario. Seether now on a retake, having to look towards those head holds. A little bit of a reverse here. Attackers become defenders, defenders become attackers, and now it's another jump out, except for on the other side of the board. It's a little bit of a chaotic round, but tough place to find yourself. Going for the jump out, has to find it, looks down. Unfortunately, he's going to lose it. Rice is going to remain perfect and undefeated in his KD currently.
Castle literally running a marathon around Bank today, hops out the window. He does get the double, unprotected by the Claymore, so he kept himself alive. But having to run all the way through the basement up square gave Rice plenty of time to pre-fire, find his kill, and get the plant down again. Like we said, that's 3 rounds in a row. From an attacking standpoint, I know some teams struggle with attack. Siege definitely a defensive-sided game in general, and M80 making it look attacker-friendly right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a couple of 3 up, 3 down. Gives the defense a chance to kind of try to make that adjustment, right? A little bit of a reassess of what you were bringing to the table. Now you've seen what they're bringing to you. You're seeing the aggression that they're having. You're seeing how quickly that they take those spaces. So now it's time to adjust. You did a good job by bringing those pace setters. Now it's time to mix it up a little bit, bring a couple of those trap ops, and a little bit more of the roam game. Castle's holding up on that first floor, but it's just not enough pressure or presence, especially if you're going for that first floor extension, right? So we'll see what they bring to the table this time as they're getting set up all the way on to it.
I mean, if you had to point out a mistake that M80 made on that last round, not having the Claymores down there to prevent the jump out, they were maybe not expecting that level. We said Astral needed to be more aggressive on their defense. They pull it off. They pull off the jump out, but not knowing whether or not there was a Claymore, I mean, that's a suicide kind of a play. I still like the fact that they went for a little bit of the aggression. M80, they didn't even need to worry about it. Even if they change up the strat, now you've got 4 Claymores on the board for this team. They're prepped and ready for it. I don't know whether or not Seether's going to take that kind of aggressive play, knowing that he caught him a little bit off guard without the Claymores. And they're going down from Vic, so it's going to be a lot more difficult this time to try and catch this team off guard. Astral's going to have to find another way to try and stop this M80 attack.
Well, look at what they're doing, too. They're bringing the Capitao and the Glaz. Last time we saw this utilized, it was the Capitao bolt onto the skylight, Glaz on the Spider-Man repel, and they found themselves a couple of crazy ones. Let's see if they go along for that same sort of strat. It is going to be Hibana to use to open it up. Look, he just can't even find it. A couple of quick shots, and it's just ghost pressure from all over the window.
It's upsetting this Astral team, trying to find it, running across an open window. Very dangerous play there for Skips. He survives, though, make the rotate around, and I gotta question some of these defender lineups that Astral's bringing. The Thorn a little bit surprising. There's not those many great places that her gadget on the second floor here is going to be useful. I'm a little bit surprised, but Skip's finding the first. They've been successful in getting the opening pick now several rounds, but they have not been able to convert that into a round win. Even though they get this early advantage, the fact that they can't find a win off the back of it is why M80 is so good.
Stompn able to find the equalizer there as Womai gets taken down, and now opening up these Castle barricades. A little bit of disorientation, and Castle did get taken down, or Glaz got taken down. Stompn able to find another. Seether goes down. Vic able to take one off the board. Vic good for a double now as it puts himself into a 4v1. Thorn being the last alive. We'll see if they've got that clutch power, right? Starts to make a rotate down below, but the power of friendship is going to see one, and would you guess it? The plant is going to start going down again. Capitao does have it in hands, and now he's going to start to stick it as the location of Thorn is known, and there it is. Rice able to take him off the board, and Rice is going to be perfect throughout these first couple of rounds. Man, I see the vision, Whiskey, right? We said get some pace setters. They did that, but they did it too far. We said bring along some trap operators with those pace setters. They did it, but they picked the wrong one. Now,
what?
Now we're on round 5. Now they know, okay, now it's time to adjust just a little bit more. Get some intel, get some traps. No traps on the board. We are going to get intel, though, doubled up on it, Pulse and Echo. And this time, a little bit of that static warfare, a zombie on the board to try to slow them down.
I mean, you're going to play the Tellers. I was going to say, did they pick Tellers Archives? Really? They're not going to play open staff? Boy, there's a reason that there is a tertiary site in general, is because statistically the fourth site on most of the siege maps is bad from a defensive standpoint. Teller's Archives is that site on Bank. So if anything, they're trying something new to throw off this M80 attack team. It's possible that they may not have a very well prepped attack for Teller's Archives because it's never played, because statistically it's a bad choice. I like this, I like the initiative, trying something different. Right now, it certainly looks like it's going to be an M80 roll. We watched them 7-0 several teams, and Astral on their way to that unfortunate space. So, playing the Azami, though, good call. Ability to block off some of those sight lines. You said it, the Architect, to change up the landscape a bit. The combination of the Pulse and, I like the Echo, right? Valk being banned on this map, giving the Echo the opportunity to try and find something, try and maybe a little bit of plant now, but some intel for this team to maybe slow them down. But you said it, trap ops is something that could work against M80, not bringing them out. And you said it, when they brought Thorn, it was the wrong one. Maybe the Cap can, not going to bring the Frost this time around either. So they're trying some things, and it is just not working right now, my friend.
I like it though, right? It's showing that you're recognizing that what you're doing is not working. This is great adaptation, and this is great for the future of Astral as a team, as they're able to adapt. Now, they're not quite hitting the right ones, but I love it. I think this is going to be great. Oh, that was weird. Heard myself doubled up a little bit. Rice is going to find that first kill as he finally gets taken down. At 9-1, he's going to see his first death. A4's going to take one off. Seether goes down. Now puts us into a 3-3. Still plenty of time on the board for the attack team. They're going for the plan again. Starts to push in. That's going to now put us into a 3v2. They're going to stick it. It is going to be a post-plant scenario, forcing a retake as Warden is outside. Now, that is going to be Echo to find one, but followed up quickly by Franklin. They didn't get the plant down, so they're going to start it again. Shotgun on the board. He's got the call, though. Shot. Oh, and he finds it. Now looking towards it. There it is. Vic Band's up top. Vertical game gonna have it. He even took a little bit. He's like, hey there, silly. He ends up taking him down. But it got a lot closer, right? The adaptations are looking good. The unfortunate part, Whiskey, is that this is a best of one, right? So now, by the time you're starting to kind of figure out how this attack team is putting together, how quickly they're taking it, where they're specifically going, it's too little too late. You don't got a second chance of another map. It's tough.
What a roller coaster of emotions that round was. So close. Oh, missed. Misclick. Just back and forth from an emotion standpoint. But the vertical comes in clutch. The plant almost goes down. He hops off the plant to get a kill, try and push them there. Even though he loses that fight to a shotgun to the face, the vertical reigns supreme. M80 comes in clutch there, and you said it, Rice, 9-1. There was a lot of conversation last week during Qual 1 about Rice. He was the latest pickup, the latest change to this team coming off their Crucible Grand Final victory. Was he the right play? And certainly this Qual, he is showing up on Bank here, 9-1, unbelievable performance. Vic, 7-1-1, and really even Stompn 5-4-3, 3 assists. Working together, this team is to really shut down the Astral defense. They've got one more opportunity, and they're going to run the Teller's Archives again. It didn't work last time. I would have loved to have seen them try the open area office.
No way, barely. They got it down to a 1v1. They were looking good. Maybe it was a couple of hero plays, but you know what? It looked good. Run it back. This is your almost your last chance here. Got to do something funky. I wish they would have switched up maybe the operator. I don't like the Echo right here for this. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not denying the plant, so what sort of use is it actually serving you, right? I'd rather a trap op to be had here, or something with a little bit of speed, something on a little bit of that lurk. What I do like is they've got a couple people up on the top floor this time. Roam game, extension game has a buddy system in place, so we can trade off those refrags. Now, A4's getting a little bit of damage done already. This is reduced pretty low in its health, and we're going to hold on to the janitor area here as they're going to start to make this push in. 2 up top holding pretty well at the moment.
Okay, 1 minute down, 2 minutes left on the Astral defense here on Bank. What do they have? The opening pick again. God, they are incredible at finding the initial place and then just squandering that and letting it go. Skip's going to take the fight on the blitz, but running away, loses that. And then, wow, a double here to start this off. Their best opportunity they've seen so far. Aiden going to answer back quickly, though. Can this team turn in a 2-man advantage finally into a round win and end up with a 5-1 half? Or are they going to squander it again and go 6 in a row down to M80?
Yep. Man. Okay, so man advantage is into the hands of Astral. You said it. Their best chance at potentially finding themselves around. The problem is they've got a spearhead in the hands of a 9-1 Rice. A-Force goes down. Aiden gone. Now into a 4v2. Starting to look pretty good for Astral in this defense here. Even if they just claim 1. That feels good. That can be a momentum shifter. You know you can do it at that point. Holding on to this main advantage, 55 seconds on the clock. They're going to get some intel in here, right? They know that they can take their time. They rest in the hands of their gunplay, and I think that's what they're going to try to be secured on. Lone office and lobby is the push here as they start to make that pinch up together. A couple of wall bangs going through, but nobody there quite yet. On the cusp of potentially finding one that's close on the right-hand side. It's going to have to be a split pushing in, and there it is. He's got the intel. He starts to make the push, and there's the shot over there as they start to head back. A bit of a wall bang, but doesn't go through. Rice going to find it with the pistol pop in 25 seconds now as they start to push in. Stompn able to take him. Stompn good for 2. Sheesh.
The 5v3 shut down at the hands of Stompn to close out the opening half of the first map today in the NAL Challenger Series, Qual number 2. M80 and Stompn just looking too damn good. Rice, unbelievable. This team putting together a undefeated first half with an incredible plant rate. How many was that in this round? 5 rounds they got the plant down. That to me, on top of just shutting down and losing the opening pick, right? If you're going to look back again, if we had to find something to talk about this team, the fact that they lost the opening pick so many rounds is a huge boost to the Astral team, but they just could not convert that into a round win. It was impossible, my friend. We are on match point and 1 round away from the first game being done already here in the Challenger Series Qual number 2.
Man, that's tough. It's a tough place to find yourself. Reverse sweep is just a difficult place to find yourself, and now you got to take it on M80x defense. Not to say it can't be done. It for sure can be, but we're going to have to see some magic. We're going to have to see something that we haven't quite seen before. On the defense, going to lean into some of that slow down city. Rice putting themselves onto the smoke. 10-1, almost having a perfect game at the moment is crazy. But Rice puts himself onto the smoke, a little bit of area denial. They're going to stop people from being able to push in with that Fenrir, taking away that sightlines, the static warfare of a zombie, and then, of course, Two-Brow. Kind of one of the staples of a good defense that we've been seeing lately.
The only thing I'm surprised about here from the M80 defense at the start is the fact that they don't have a very heavy roam game. For sure, we saw that as one of their hallmarks in Nighthaven and in some of the bank rounds earlier was having a little bit spread out defense. But I think that's the level of confidence they've got coming into this, that they're not that worried about what Astral's bringing to the table. So I love that Nazapath is bringing out the Blackbeard, trying to make something happen here. For sure, Hibana the right choice. And then the gridlock to stop the flanks, prevent this team from just getting you from behind. We saw that happen several times in their previous NA Qual 1 game. So they're trying. They're putting together the best attack that they can. They don't want to go down 7-0. None of their fans do either. Astral, let's see what you're bringing to the table. That first minute down.
That's right, as they're taking their time, really sussing out where these defenders are at. They've got the spearhead, right? They've got the shield in play. Now is Zombie going to start locking off that tunnel? So they know that making sure that you just cannot walk inside of it, that you're going to have to do something to break down those Kiba barriers, specifically relying on maybe those ash charges. So Blackbeard's made his way up onto the second floor. We still got a bit of a first floor hold here. Fenrir and Stompn sitting up on that first, ready to just play life here. That's all they really got to do is a minute and 22 left on the board. They just got to waste some time.
Yeah, right now we're not seeing the attacking team make the push in quickly enough that they need to make something happen. I mean, the attackers, they're working, they're getting some of these sight lines open, but M80 has rotated back down, holding onto the power positions. Stompn's still playing back in the server area, back behind the Azamis. No pressure at all, no ghost pressure. He's going to be there, ready to play spoiler. As soon as this hatch drops happen, if 1 or 2 fall, this thing is over for the Astral team. You got 50 seconds left, my friends. Put something together, or M80 is going to win this first one flawlessly.
That's right. So the bees start to come out as the shotgun is into the hands of Smoke, but he's not going to feel the wrath of the bees. The tuber out is going to really start to slow them down, or he's able to push back. So now they're going to take a look towards that gold vault area as the big rotate is happening. He's going to make that potential hatch drop, waiting for the pressure of the spearhead of the Blackbeard. They're going to send it in again, and this time they might just stick it. He's holding close, shotgun in hand, special goggles and special plays, and there it is. Blackbeard drops, Fender gadget goes off, 12 seconds left, the C4 goes out. Vic's going to find the first. It's going to be a smoke kill. It's Rice finds another one. Stompn to take one. Stompn good for 2. Now into a 5v1. It's too little. It's too late. Not going to be able to get it done. M80x is going to move on to their second best of 1. It was a valiant attempt by Astral, but we got a little bit of schoolwork to do before we come back. Maybe in Qual number 3. We'll see if Astral's got what it takes.
Yeah, big GG's obviously to the M80X team, and Stompn coming in huge there as the MVP. But man, you can't tell me that that everybody on that team wasn't contributing, put together a hell of attack. And it's tough, you know. We know that they are good. We know that right now one of the best that's left in this Qual number 2. So the problem is they're cleaning up teams so damn fast. 7-0 victory against Astral. Put up a good fight, put on some show, but their run is done. Single elimination, best of 1s, my friend. There's not a lot of opportunity.
Yep, that's true. So in that best of 1 over and done, M80x moving on to their second. We're going to follow through with that. And I believe there's another game going on. We might just throw it onto a watch party here while we wait for the next lobby. So give us a few seconds here as we go to a quick break to find out exactly what's coming up for you, what team's coming up. Get those lobbies ready. And when we come back, we're going to bring you some more Siege. Ayo.
Let's go.
You can be my tag along. Keep me up
That is the greatest moment in my life, bro.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Well, round one of these best of ones. Well, nobody's surprised here. M80x steamrolls over and moves on. We've got more for you, but we thought we'd take a second because we got such a lovely graphic made up for us. Thank you, Skyline Gaming Community, for helping us with that. So let's take a look at it. Whiskey, can you walk us through one more time? And before we do, I just want to say all of the subs, all of the follows has just been absolutely incredibly amazing. We are cresting 4,000 followers here, and it just seems like it's never going to stop. We are so grateful for each and every one of you allowing us to do what we love, which is talk about Siege, baby. All right, Whiskey, take us away. Show us that show us that format.
That's right, my friend. Thanks everyone for joining us. We are in the NAL Open Qualifier here for the Challengers Series. Qual number 2. Now, last week we got to see 4 teams make it and fight it out, and it was on our stream JJ and Co beating M80x. But it was not the end of this team. They have the opportunity. 4 more teams are going to qualify here during the Open Qualifier number 2. Next weekend, there is Open Qualifier number 3. 4 more teams. We're going to find out who is Stompn going to play in the round of 16 for Swiss. There's going to be 1 invited team and then 3 coming from that LATAM region to round out the total 16 teams that are going to fight it out in a Swiss stage. The top 8 coming out of that Swiss stage are going to go to a double elimination playoff bracket to find out who is going to be the NAL affiliate team earning that spot. 12 grand, just a little icing on the cake, my friend, but that's the path to pro at this point. Open Qualifier number 4 last weekend. We are in the middle of Open Qualifier number 2 going here on. We've got 4 best of ones today, 1 already down. Game 2 is going to be starting very shortly here, and that is the path, my friend.
That's right. The path to pro, the gateway to greatness, and this next one promises to have some spice, my friend. This time, in this best of one, Stompn is going to be taking on Yardy, a couple of names that you know and love inside of the Siege community, going absolutely head to head. Whiskey, take us through this. Take us through these rosters.
That's right, my friend. I didn't think we were going to see it. The team name accurate. That is M80x taking on L Yardy and playing himself, bringing along Marmalade, Maxley, Valor, and Aiden. So we're going to have Aiden Tax versus Aiden here in addition to Stompn versus Yardy. The storylines just writing themselves, my friend. Who's going to come out on top, playing for a little bit of fun today. Although this is a spot for the Challengers Series. We are literally fighting for the T2 spot into Pro League here this weekend. So no one's taking it, these teams are taking it very seriously.
That's right. There's no fun to be had here, Whiskey. This isn't a game. Well, I mean, except for the game part. But other than that, we are here to win it all. Path to pro here. This is your shot. This is your chance. Where are we headed? Let's take a look at it. You say the storylines are written by where we are headed. See a couple of early ones off the board. Clubhouse and Consulate to go. Bank and Lair to follow it up. Border and Nighthaven gone. Dang it. Skyscraper, okay, gone. Chalet is the next to follow, which means we are going to head ultimately to Kafe. Another little bit of that spread open map here. This time with 3 floors of just absolute horror trying to get into. This is a condensed vertical map that really just makes it tough to get inside. Kind of like Skyscraper in the way that you can have 2 and 3 floor extensions or roams going on and still it be an absolutely viable strat.
I mean, here we're taking a look at Kafe, the window simulator, some people call it. Tons of that shots through the windows. We're going to see a lot of the castle come out. We didn't get to see the new op. Rawa didn't make an appearance there in the first game. I wonder whether or not she'll make an appearance here. She was used on Kafe as one of those locations where you could really block some sight lines off from the attacking perspective. So we're going to see, but you said it, Kafe, the place to go. Wanted to see Lair. We got a chance to see Lair on one map last weekend. I really wanted to see what these 2 teams could do on that big brand new map.
Yeah, well, hopefully, maybe if we get a little bit farther in, we'll see something like that as teams start to feel a little bit more comfortable or needing to bring out a little bit extra into the strats as they're trying to make it through these best of ones. So, Whiskey, still waiting?
Yeah, still waiting on getting that lobby set up. It is very close. We're almost there, but just a few more minutes. Part of the game is Siege. It's not live Siege without some live problems. So, we'll take a quick break, but when we come back, it is going to be M80x taking on Yardy here for map 2, game 2 of this best of 1 single elimination bracket.
Man, you can't write this any better. Sit back, relax, folks, because when we come back, we're going to get started with our very next
That is
map.
the greatest
Ayo.
moment
go.
in my life, bro.
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We are back now with match number 2. They're finally in the lobby. They are finally getting the R's in the chat.
Yes!
And it is finally time to take on Kafe. This time, M80, I believe, on the defense to start it, right? And they kind of generally prefer that attacker side.
Yeah, they have started on attack nearly every map we've had a chance to cast them on. This time, though, we are going to Kafe. If you missed the intro, it's time. And the team that they're playing, Yardy Inco, literally L Yardy. What a great name for a team. We'll see whether or not it's an L or a W here coming out, taking on M80, because they have been unstoppable. This would be the 4th game that we've seen where they could potentially 7-0 one of their opponents. They have been running the bracket. They only ran into a wall when they hit JJ and Co. in that quarterfinal best of 3. But plenty of opportunities for Stompn and the M80x team to come out on top here in Qual number 2. And Kafe, my friend, we have not seen M80x play this map yet. We've seen them on Lair, Nighthaven, Chalet, Bank, never on Kafe. It's going to be the first opportunity here in the NA Quals for the Challenger Series to see M80 on Kafe.
Okay, so what can we expect, right? M80 is going to be on that defensive side of it, which means we're going to see some of those extensions and probably almost undoubtedly some extensive roam game going on, right? This is the map where you see some of that intel being played out as far as bans goes. I think it will be very similar to what we've been seeing from them, stopping some of that hatch play, that vertical nature that takes into bakery.
Yes.
And of course, that ever-present and always loving castle going to be a factor here today.
That's right, and it's time sending it to Kafe. So as we walk into this one, we talked about bans early on in the previous map. M80x loved banning Blackbeard consistently every single game as part of Crucible. But now onto the Challenger Series, they pretty much switched it up and are sticking with the Monty. Are they going to change that strategy? Is it going to be a shield that they start off with?
Nope. Shield gone. Blackbeard out. They just don't want to play against that shield. And who can blame them, right? It's huge when it's a shield that can push in with an AR. You just don't want to deal with that. It's a tiny little hitbox. Either take it on the toes or take it on the top of the dome piece. Either way, not going to be seen on Kafe.
And that's the Monty. So the question about whether or not it was going to be Blackbeard or Monty, why not both? Both of the teams taking down the shields here to start off with. Monty very good, Blackbeard very good as a part of the push in and the drop from Skylight. We've seen teams play the vertical very aggressively as well. So no shields. And then you said it, almost certainly Castle going to be played. Yardy saying, not today, my friend. He goes down.
Okay, man, that huge, honestly, right? I mean, we're talking about it in the pre-show, and the castle goes down. This is a big pick, especially for this map, right? One of the hallmarks of that 3rd floor, whether you're playing on the 2nd floor and an extension up onto the 3rd, or it's just that top site, is the window play. You mentioned it in the pre-show. Repels everywhere. When you start to put that rope around the defense and just tighten it, forcing them closer and closer together, that's when that repel, that's when those windows really start to become a factor, and you get caught crossing over going into sight, you get caught on the rotate back up, any of those staircases coming out. It's just a tough spot, so a castle makes that better, but this time, not going to be on the board. Both of those site changers gone, as Azame, the architect, also going to be taken down.
That's wild! What a change. It is going to make the window simulator here on a Kafe a dangerous, a kill box, if you will, across the whole map. No castle, no Azami. Boy, that is going to make, I think, leaves Mira available and Franklin busting her out here to start this thing off on the M80 side. I think she is going to be vital to most of these sites, especially upstairs on the 3rd floor. You have got to have some sight lines to play against the reinforced walls. That is a huge change up here as we're seeing the way that Kafe is going to be played. They're going to start off on the 3rd floor at the top, but man, what a change up. The fact that Azami and Castle not going to be here, that's going to change completely how Kafe plays out.
Yeah, not only that, but let's talk about that attacker side as well. When you focus on getting the shields off the board, it leaves some of those other defenders that are attackers that are really incredibly difficult to deal with on the board. Specifically, the Deimos is here, right? And that's something that we talked about right in the pre-show of the map #1. Deimos being that huge operator, especially when there's a bunch of soft breach around, to be able to suss out that roam game, destroy that extension that's going on, and basically make the vertical king here. So Vicbands already takes a couple of shots as his HP is reduced down. Twitch getting in and getting rid of some of those mute jammers, going to potentially try to take on one of those Miras or something. Trying to figure that one out just yet, because that's going to be a tough and critical point to push in on.
All right, my friend, taking a look at the way this one's playing out, the opening pick on that last map, even though Astral R6 struggled, one of the things that they were very successful on was getting the opening pick versus M80. They couldn't close out a single round off the back of that man advantage, but Yardy and his team potentially going to be a little bit more dangerous of a stack here that they've got to play against. So losing that opening pick, a little bit more dangerous here coming in, but that was really the piece where that Astral team gained a tiny bit of success. So with a minute 25 already in, more than halfway through this round, we're only starting to see a little bit of these first engagements happen, and everybody's staying alive and playing very conservative siege here on round 1.
That's right, Franklin goes down as they do take some second floor presence, pushed into that fireplace and reading area, but it is going to be Stompn to take the first. It does get traded out as Mute goes down. Man advantage down to the hands of Yardy as they find themselves in a 4v3 with 58 left on the board. Still have to deal with that Mira, and Marmalade just going to absolutely delete Aiden off the board. Now puts us into a 4v2. It's a couple of shots towards Cocktail, looking pretty good towards that back end of it. Now some flashes going in as they start to make the push, but they are not confused. They are not going to take that bait, and that's going to be Vicbands to take Marmalade down now into a 3v2, 34 seconds. Attack has to get this down, and they're going to make the swing on the Cocktail, and that's going to be Rice that goes down now into a 3v1. It's Vicbands alone, the last alive. He's got some pings. It's going live, and he's going to find one. Yep, he goes down. Vicbands takes down Drip, and that's going to be answered back immediately, and the attack side going to find that first one.
Yo, the first time that really we've seen this this M80x team go down early on in a map. This has been a rare sight for them. So, like we said, it is former pros here playing on both sides of the map, orange and blue. Somebody is going to have to lose a round eventually. That doesn't mean certainly that M80 is out. If you're here for this M80x team, Stompn and the King, just one round, not that big of a deal, but you got to watch out. I think that change-up without Azami and Castle really changed completely the dynamic for the defending team. So they're not going to play the third floor again, going to avoid the window simulator and play downstairs in a little more tight, close quarter combat of the first floor. And I imagine we're going to see a lot of vertical setup here from the M80x team.
Yeah, man, they're going to bring out some intel for this one. Stompn going to bring out the P10 Roni onto the Mozzie, try to grab some of that mobile intel. Cade being left alive is basically meaning you're going to go ahead and grab, make sure that the hatches stay closed unless you're bringing an EMP or an impact EMP, or if, of course, Twitch is going to try to get in there and get it off the board. But really not much of a change here for M80X as they're going to rely on some of that gun skill and a little bit of that extension. No Castle on the board for this Bakery defense. Feels different, feels strange. It's almost necessary. Let's see how they're going to adapt here.
The observers showing where did that Cade Claw end up was like inside the air vent there. Very clever, maybe clever, taking advantage of a little spot, but you can see the Twitch laser coming out, working on clearing some of this utility. That's going to be very difficult to find and take that one out. Additionally, man, look at this. Playing the Mozzie to try and steal this, prevent the intel coming in, and Twitch trying to be very careful. Can she get the drone in? Holy cow, what a play here on the threading the needle.
Yeah, W Twitch play. Might even potentially make it out of here unscathed. Is going to be rewarded for their efforts as they are going to take, take the victory. You find yourself getting a BP off the board, take it around, send it, and then try it again on another source. to get some of that gadget off the board. 5-5. The first minute has started to count down, which means the attackers are taking their time here a little bit. Everybody's still outside. Everybody's still getting drones in. Everybody's still trying to figure out exactly where this defense is holding, specifically Franklin, who is holed up, waiting for that push in towards white.
Got it, right? M80. We're playing for a spot in the NAL, in Challenger Series. It is best of one. It's not a best of three. You can't throw a single round here. I love the fact that they're playing very carefully, strategically. That's the name of the game in Siege. And Vic grabbing a double to start this thing off, putting them in a 5v3. What a changeup, gaining a little bit of an advantage as they walk in. How about a triple?
Yeah, Vic Band's on the triple kill, now about to be pressed as they're making their way in towards it, but Stompn and Aiden both able to find one on the other side of it, and that's going to tie us up pretty equally here on the bakery, which means they're going to have to take some sort of vertical presence here, whether it be up onto the second floor with the top floor extension. Well, it's looking like they're going to go fireplace and reading.
And the fact that it was not a very spread out attack from the Yardy side. No real heavy top down clear, no real heavy vertical presence, more of a direct push downstairs, taking some of those engagements and holding on. They never lost control of VIP, never really lost control of the bakery side. Everything locked down tight from the M80x side. So lost the third floor, taking a win on that first floor. We know that third floor site has become much more difficult to defend. Great place to start off. Yeah, you lose one, but now you get to roll into some of the better defensive sites. And the second floor reading, very, very good. And I know, we're seeing this M80x team walk upstairs, ton of vertical pressure, set up very similar to the third floor defense, but makes it more difficult for the attackers to push in, gain control upstairs, prevent that vertical play that M80 is so good on.
Yep. So, intel on the board, a little bit of traps, denial of some intel, and some vertical. Now, here's one of the fun parts. Stompn going to put himself... Did he go for the Vector, or did he go for the shotgun? We've seen him be devastating with both. One of them's quick, and one of them's on the long range. We'll see what he's going to be bringing out to the table. They're going to be trying to suss out some of that roam game. Jackal on the board as Drip's going to try to suss out some of this extension up top here, and it's a big dedication. So far, everybody kind of doing their part to make sure top floor is well defended.
The attacking side working on getting those claymores out. M80 known for being a little bit aggressive defensively, even though that last round played a little bit slow, played a little bit conservatively. Upstairs, Valor on the IQ, just finding all of this intel, pointing out all of those gadgets, and this time, very much a top-down clear from Yardy's team. You got basically everybody upstairs on the roof. It's a 5-man stack ready to drop.
That's right, and they're going to try to take some of this this third floor, as they've only got 2 or 3 people. I said only, as they've got 3 people up here defending it, 2 in cocktail, 1 towards that bar side. This is going to be a tough place to find yourself getting into. Now, they don't have to deal with the mirror, but there is a Cade making sure that some of these walls are going to stay closed. And with that mute jammer as well, they suss out the Frost. They suss out Vic Bands, who's they're going to take a shot towards it, and they know exactly where he's sitting, and they're going to not find the kill, which means he's going to be able to stay in here just a tad bit longer. He's wasting a ton of time, Whiskey.
That's right, he can play behind the shield, hang back, wait, force this attacking team to come to him to put some pressure on, but look at this. Utility everywhere. Even though that shield goes down, he's trapped in the freezer, but it's a minute 24 left. The time waste, unbelievable. They're going to make this very difficult for the attackers, and then Stompn picking up the opening pick, this time putting them ahead, and then Franklin to follow up with a C4. Let's go. That's a minute down, a minute left in this round in what is now a 4v2.
That's right, Stompn able to find a second one. They finally get the Frost taken out of the freezer, but it is just too little too late. Stompn on the 3K is going to be followed up from the pressure on White with a shotgun in hand. And defense looked pretty good here on the 2F.
Definitely the better defensive site, M80x showing why. They're going to try now going back upstairs to the third floor, hold on to the cocktail lounge side, and right, Yardy's team did a great job on the initial drop in, picking up a couple of those picks, and setting up, playing off the windows for a really long time. We'll see whether or not M80 changes the strategy from a hold perspective. They bring out more of the deployable shields. They're bringing out the Jaeger and the Wamai, making ensure that they're protected from all those projectiles as they come in. Love the choice on the Valk here. One of the reasons we talk about Valk being banned so often on Kafe is there's plenty of open spaces, and you get a lot of advantage from those Valkyrie cams. So change up, is it worth it to have the Azami? I think Azami's better, certainly, but being banned out, great choice here. Just putting downstairs, cams downstairs, playing the C4 from below, and with 3 of them on the board, they're going to make it difficult for Yardy's team to gain any of that foothold upstairs.
Yeah, definitely going to make it tough, but they are going to try to suss it out. Deimos is on the board, Lion on the board, so an investment, a dedication, work to be put in towards sussing out this roam game. Who is going to be downstairs? Specifically, they're looking for that Valkyrie, who is the lone survivor here down in the reading room area on the 2nd floor.
Yeah, they know that she's there running. They're not going to run the IQ this time, which would make it a little bit more difficult to find and take advantage of those cams. But Aiden going to run the Deimos. We talked about him being banned out on the first map. Loving to see his contribution here. And they know this M80x team is going to bring a little bit of a roam game. So bring out the roam clear from the Deimos. And be sure Valkyrie just got droned there downstairs and reading.
That's right. Yep, they find her out, but they're able to take that drone off the board. So intel gone, allowed to stay alive just a little bit longer. Nobody rotating down to help Stompn, just kind of relying on him to get his gunfights answered. They're going to open up onto these cabinets, so actually be able to see anybody sitting close when they make that drop in here. So still sit 5-all as the first minute has gone down. Still kind of an attention to getting that intel. Still making sure that they're able to try to suss out where these defenders are. And it's all for naught as they made a huge rotate all the way to the backside of site. Now they're going to allow them to have that red space, that ticket space, and start to put some pressure on from the backside. 4 down there.
Look at this. Yeah, everybody over on the cocktail side, they're very much just piled up. That could be a little bit of a dangerous position, but Stompn the key downstairs, holding onto the vertical, protecting them from that vertical play. So he's got to stay alive downstairs or waste enough time that they can make the push out. Now, from the Yardy side, they've made a little bit of the drop, gaining a little bit of space on the cigar side, but they've got to make the transition across the map, and there is a ton of guns preventing them from doing that. Minute 15 left, working, holding. Again, that Mira, such an important part of this defense with the Castle and the Azami both banned.
Yep, and the only thing they really brought to deal with it is those Twitch drones or potentially the 8s. He's got 2 Selma charges. Now you can see that Twitch drone. What it's going to do is going to try to make its way up those white stairs to try to get in behind Rice. But there's 2 people and a mute there to make sure that that exact thing doesn't happen, which means that push is going to be stymied. Now, they had some success taking a couple of pre-fires towards those mirror angles and just timing it perfectly. We'll see if that's going to be the same thing. Oh, man, well, my desk is going to take one of those Selma charges, and that's going to be the first. Yardy's able to take Vic off the board, and that's going to be the main advantage into the hands of the attacking team as they just push their way right on up. A couple of quick pre-fires, and that's going to be Stompn going down. Now puts us into a 5v3 as 24 seconds left. They're starting to make their way in, putting the pressure onto those mirror shields. Aiden's going to be on the double kill. Aiden on the triple kill, and Marmalade to finish it up, which means the attacker team, L Yardy, going to find themselves a flawless round here back up on the 3rd floor yet again. Not yet again on a flawless, but yet again on a 3rd floor win.
Yep, it has definitely become the more dangerous of the sites there on Kafe. So El Yardy's team showing up on the 3rd floor, making it difficult, completely collapsing on M80. We saw them rotate, nobody downstairs on that 2nd floor, not playing the vertical, and sort of just got just picked off one by one. It is a difficult site to hold, and that's why we talked about it sort of falling out of favor. But in a 2-2 tied up now, a little bit of a back and forth battle between these 2 teams. M80x and El Yardy fighting it out. Gonna go downstairs to the 1st floor. More of a stronghold here for the M80 back on round 2.
Ooh, okay. So El Yardy, they done their job. They hit their quota. They got their attacking win. So anything outside of this, just going to be icing on the cake. We'll see if M80 is going to come up with 2 more, put us on that standard split. If you're a Yardy fan, you're definitely wanting another round here at the very least, right? Put yourself up on the advantage going to the defense because M80 is going to be very aggressive on that attack. And not just aggressive, but aggressive with a purpose, right? Every single inch that they're taking up is to facilitate themselves getting into a plant scenario, which we saw quite a few times on that last map.
Yeah, that's right. They were incredible on the plant side, the objective-based gameplay. You said it. Yardy and his team have got to get more than 2. I think it's a requirement against this team. But I mean, we're talking about Kafe. It's definitely a defensive-sided map. So if they can find more than 2 at this point, and really the only weakness that M80x has shown though is on that 3rd floor. So they've got 2 more if they can find a win here on 1st and the 2nd. It's going to be 2 stronghold rounds here for this team, so it's really the only place that they've shown some weakness. Now, I just want to say it. Thanks to everyone who is joining us, who has joined us here, and from all of the other streams, getting to watch M80x and Stompn take on Yardy and his team in the NA Open Qualifiers. This is Challenger Series. This is for a spot in Pro League. The winner of Challenger Series will make it. The problem is there is a lot of games to get there, and that is Aiden with an opener on Valor.
Yeah, huge pick as the main advantage goes into the hands of M80x here, starting to make the push up onto that main lobby to put some pressure back on to Stompn, who is sitting in that co-check. Everybody now onto the 1st floor, right? It's still a bit of an extension being had here, even without the castles, so still kind of adapting to it, and now they can start to put some vertical pressure on.
It slowly here downstairs, making the push in. Where's the right spot? You're already taking some shots. He's used up 3 of those Roteros already. They still have got a couple of pieces of the util in play, but good hold here from M80, still holding on to that VIP. They've got to push him and the shield out if they're going to want to have any opportunity to push down White.
65 as it starts to count down, and now it starts to feel a little bit of a pressure as Aiden's going to take Drip off the board, and a quick shot towards Whiskey is going to be rewarded with a kill, but they still got the presence in VIP. Vic holding on with the shotgun in hand, and he's going to see it as the smoke starts to come out, and that's going to force him back
well played.
up the White stairs. Yeah, man advantage into the hands now of M80x as they just have to hold on for 45 longer. Takes a couple of shots, so some damage is done onto Marmalade as they're reduced to that low HP in a dream. Still a Selma charge in hand. Buck goes down now 4v2 as 34 is left, and you know what? Make it 4v1. Stompn and Rice both able to take one down, which means Marmalade, the last alive, is going to have to make a solo push, and it's going to be dealt with as the P10 Aroni is going to say good night and sleep tight.
Playing from Whiskey, man, taking the shots out the window. I love that particular storyline, especially in the context of everyone watching on the Siege double shot. M80x, that was a huge win downstairs on the 1st floor. We knew that they played that site significantly better. It's interesting how good Yardy's team played the 3rd floor, that collapse on and shutting down M80 in the kill box upstairs, to sort of falling apart on the 1st floor. Several of those kills happening outside the building. M80x just better at holding the long angles and taking advantage of that. So said it. Now onto the reading 2nd floor site. Again, probably the better or one of the best sites on Kafe. Whether or not it's defensive-sided, attacker-sided, a lot of that comes down to how are the individual teams playing. And right now, M80x on the defense just showing up a little bit better here against Yardy and his team. We can end up with a 3-3 half for that 4-2 standard split. 3 minutes left to go, my friend.
Yep. So it kind of lends itself to the ideology that 3rd floor is a bit of a soft site, right? You see M80x lose that one twice on some fairly standard play, but really it was just taking up space inch by inch, and then exactly what we talked about in the pre-show, right? Tightening that gap, smalling down the circle so that you can catch people rotating back to site. It worked out perfectly up on the 3rd floor. The extension makes it difficult because now when you're extended up onto the 2nd floor, you still have to put all of that work in taking that space up top, and 3 people sitting up there, mind you. You still have to do all that work of taking that space and then actually get down to where the site is. This is set up like a 2 down on the bottom, 3 up top. It's a tough place to find yourself.
That's right. They're working, using the utility, opening up the sight lines, trying to find some spot. We talked about how important the upstairs site is for gaining some vertical on top of the ticket. And look at this, finding all 3 of the frost mats, the standard locations, but they're standard because they freaking work. We'll see whether or not someone drops into one of those frost mats now. The 1st minute down, working, preventing this run out. They know M80x has got a reputation for playing aggressively on defense. So preventing any of those runouts with the Claymore's combination of the Nomads, definitely going to win one of those fights. Now, with nearly half the round gone, still a lot of setup needed to be done by this Yardy team.
Yep, that's right. They're checking off the Yali boxes, but it's taking them a little bit of time to do so. That's what we're talking about up onto that third floor, that extension being difficult to deal with. So the round is ticked by and gone. Still have a huge presence. Everybody's still alive, getting some drones in, so they've got the intel that we're at least sitting on Cocktail, at least sitting on Stacks. Windows are set open for this. Now, as the clock starts to tick down, this is when the pressure is going to start to mount. That's going to be a shotgun out of Aiden. Take off the Dokkaebi. There's your roam game. Susser outer, gone. Intel of the cams, if you find the kill, gone. And man advantage into the hands of M80x with 67 left.
Yo, another opening pick from Aiden coming out with the Shoddy as well, and a Franklin C4, and he's been on fire with the C4s, not just today, but across the entire Challenger Series quals. And in a 5v3, this is looking very much like a 4-2 half defensive sided here, unless Yardy and his team can find a couple huge opening picks to start with. Marmalade's taking some shots, but it's 40 seconds left.
Yeah, a tough place to really find yourself now is not only are you the man disadvantage, but the time disadvantage as well. 33 as it starts to count down, and now the pressure really starting to mount. They're going to have to take a second look and suss out exactly where somebody's sitting, and we still got that third floor. That vertical is still to be had here, which means you're not going to be able to get in and find yourself a plant with all of this soft breach still available.
Now they're
make the rotator round. 15 seconds left, Whiskey. They made the push in towards that first floor. Smokes are going off. 9 seconds left, but they're going to have to get the plant down. Franklin goes for two and Stompn to close it out. It's a flawless as they make a statement on the last round of the half.
And if you came into this game and that first round with a Yardy win back on round one and thinking, oh, this is going to be a challenge there for M80, they showed up at the end to put a statement to the end of the first half of this game, winning flawlessly again. Stompn, we talked a lot about him during that first map. MVP back on map 1 on Bank in that 7-0 victory versus Astral. This time again, the kill leader. You talked about him being the win condition. And even though we haven't been saying his name very often, he is that ever-present presence, I guess you call it, on this team, making sure that no one can get any sort of an advantage. Stompn has been the man, 8-2. Rice, from the last map, 9... where he finished off, I think it was early
10
on.
or 11.
But he at one point
11,
was 9-1. Right? He was a little bit of the individual heroics there. Even though he is not having that same kind of incredible game, they're still putting up huge numbers here. 4-2 victory for this team.
Okay. 8-2. Man is floating. We'll see how they're going to combat it. It's the time for the op swap. We're switching gears here. So L Yardy going to take themselves some third floor presence. And look at this. I like this coming out early, right? We talk about the cap can. We either like to see it very early in the rounds or really towards the late end of it. Sometime when you're not specifically thinking about those sort of traps being on the board. So they bring out the cap can. They bring out the Legion. This is a good way to slow down this attacking team because, as we have said it, M80x will be the aggressors here.
You said it. I love the cap can as well. We talked a lot about the trap ops during that Astral game. The problem was Astral didn't bring out maybe the right combo. You're not using them to their advantage. In this case, yeah, Yardy bringing out that cap can, plus a little bit of the information deny from the mute. I love having that, but man, Aiden making the drop and then losing it. A little bit of a sneak play there on the red stairs.
Yep, so the man advantage into the hands of L Yardy as they claim themselves 5-4. Now, we do have still have everybody outside. Ooh, and there's going to be the first kill on the equalizer. That's going to be Yardy taken down. Drip goes. Now find ourselves in a 4-4. Now there's going to be some nades that go off, and they're going to get the down on Cocktail as they take Mira down. Man advantage now into the hands of the defense. I mean, it's smokes, it's fires, it's Legion goos. They make the drop here. They've got the intels. The bees are going down, but it's pinging the downed person. They're going to go ahead and not get the confirmation. That's going to be Marmalade getting taken down, so now puts us into a 4v2. Tough spot if you're... Oh, man, what a shot. Aiden able to take Rice off the board, takes a quick swing towards red, but not going to be rewarded for his kills. Vic takes one off the board, now into a 3-2. It's a low health scenario for Vic Vance, and he goes down in the process, now into a 2v1. Stompn and Franklin looking to capitalize on the lone Valkyrie. Still has the C4 in hand, and the cams, of course, that are going to be pinging all these locations. You can see the red ones, takes a couple of shots down, not going to find it just yet. Now rotates back down to sight. A quick, oh no, the miss on the C4. That was a double to be had, but he can capitalize. He's gonna take one. Stompn goes down, and now puts us into a 1v1, unless they're able to pick Vic off the board, and they do. So now into a 2v1, but it's a low health scenario. No C4s on the board. They're watching for the hatch drop. Instead, they're going to take a quick exit out the cocktail window, make their trade around, and start to put the pinch in, maybe from a bottom up or maybe a top down position. Held up onto the stacks, close to stacks, close to the hatch.
Oh,
34 seconds. They've got the intel. Oh, but he's not going to have anything to capitalize off just yet, but he gets the key. He gets the ping. It's the yellow sound, which means the hatch is free to make the drop down. Now means the pinch is able to start to happen as the push in from Laundry will catch him potentially slipping. He has one, but the swing from two is going to be not enough. Or, excuse me, the swing on two is not going to be enough as the power of friendship takes that round.
Perfectly played there in a 2v1 scenario from M80x. You know Valk's watching the hatch. She's already used her C4. Yeah, she took down one of your teammates in the process, but barely hopping out the window so close. She was watching the window, waiting for it. W placement there as he hopped out the window. And then the rotate around, the distraction, pull Valk away from the hatch, get her close to the door, allows your other operator to make the drop and then put the pinch move right on that bottom held door. Well played by M80x. They close that round out, move one step closer. Their first win on attack. 5-2 here. Yardy now setting up downstairs in the kitchen. We talked about that was a second floor site. Generally the statistically better site there from a defensive perspective. So we'll see as this rolls in. My friend, looking a little bit tough, starting to get a little dangerous here for El Yardy and his team.
That's right, and they find themselves on the defense, which should be something that is good here for Kafe, but down in the advantage here. Now, you asked for it, Whiskey. You said we didn't get to see it at all on the last map. Well, they're going to stick it this time. Vic Bands pulling out the new op. And I am a big fan of this one, right? Able to take space, able to do some safe planting. It's some fun gadget usage combined with other operators like the thermite or soft breed charges make some absolutely devastating geez, I don't even know what to call it. Explosion tactics, combo moves, whatever you want to call it. There's a bunch of fun stuff that you can do in combination with several other operators and the new one. Couple that with the Sens, the Glass, the Blitz, all outside of this Flores is screaming something that's going to be quick here.
I love the Glass play here. I love this as an aggressive play here, taking a couple shots, looking for it. Aiden trying to find something. Not catching one on the bakery side, fighting versus the Warden. Warden can take that peek, but run on the hollow definitely gives a little bit of an advantage there to the Glass as he tries to make the push in. He's holding, playing against the Mute Jammer as well. Good call there to protect him.
That's right, and a C4 is primed, prepped, and ready to send it towards Aiden should he try to start to send it in. Specifically, might be aiming towards this Blitz. Instead, is taking a peek, using that shield for a little bit of intel. Now they make the push in. Glass sitting inside of the smoke, and that's going to be a C4 that goes off. Prophetic almost. They take him down. Franklin able to take one off the board. Now, Blitz claimed that space. Man advantage is equalized here. Minute and 36, and they're going to have to take a little bit of a reset.
Got a minute 30, half the round gone. They've gained a little control in Bakery. Yardy going to take down Vic, though, as they make the fight in. Franklin going to answer back, though, taking down the other Aiden in this case. Minute 18 left. Stompn wins one as well. A 2v3. They have evened this up. A little bit of back and forth. And you still have got the shield left alive from Rice, Marmalade, and Max, the two left alive. Doc still got 3 stims, so they have the opportunity to take a little bit of a fight. As long as you don't lose your life, Doc can stim him back up.
That's right. No stims where he just wins. Stompn takes him off the board. Control Alt deleted. no more health, and now it's just going to be the long range, and that's going to be the smoke goes down as Blitz gets in and starts making the plant, but a C4 is going to disrupt that. Oh, the shield gets back up just in time to save it, and that's going to be the plant starting to go down, but Franklin, he's got the cross, and Marmalade finds their life forfeit in that exchange.
Here we go, my friend. Round 9, and we've hit it. Match point again in Game 2. If you're just joining us, welcome, everyone. We're in Game 2 of the 4 best of ones that we're going to see today for watching this M80x team as they make their way towards the Challenger Series Swiss stage. They're looking to qualify. All of the games today, best of ones in a single elimination bracket. Game 2 here, getting very close to ending. They won their first game 7-0 versus Astral R6 on Bank. And now looking for a second win versus Yardy and his team on Kafe. We are potentially 1 round away. Unless Yardy can come up with a big win here on first floor Kafe.
Okay, you called it. Big impactful round here. Perfect for 4 in a row to bring it back. What do you do? What's the win condition? Well, obviously, you need to shut down 2 major players on the side of M80x. It's always going to be King Stompn, right? You got to dethrone the King if you want a shot at winning it out. He is 11-3. He is across the board. He is a multi-kill machine. The second on the board, though, Franklin, just having a great game. C4's across the board. He is also sitting at 10-3. 2 players in that double digit inside of 8. It's going to be a bit of a run out here as they're trying to find one.
Yo!
They're going to take it. Aiden goes off the board, and that's going to be a huge first number. That stops that flank watch as Nomad now no longer on the board, which means they're going to have to rely on that vertical. Ram and Sledge to do some talking here.
Okay, I mean, you're going to lose the opening spawn pick. I like that level of aggression from Yardy and his team. Well played there by Max to go for the run out, you know. But the thing about it is we saw this during the first game. Astral had that opening pick on defense 4 rounds, I believe. And M80x was able to answer back definitively, obviously in that 7-0. Yardy's team's a little bit better. We know we've got Marmalade on this team as well, playing with still using that elevate tag. There's a possibility here that they can find a way to win, but it's still match point. Yardy and his team, they've got to be perfect for 4 rounds in a row just to force OT here on Game 2.
Okay, so a little bit of a slowdown. Taking up some space. Take some time to drone it out. They've claimed that first floor. All of the defenders now locate, or not that first floor, they claimed that second floor. All of the defenders have bunkered back down into sight. So C4 is going to be a big deal here. 3 of them on the board to try and shut down this M80x. Now, this arguably is probably one of the best sites on the map, right? It does have some soft breach to contend with, but for the most part, you can extend safely. And there's a ton of angles that your partners and your homies can help you swing off of. So as the time starts to tick down, they're going to try to claim some of this vertical. Instead, it's going to be reversed. Marmalade going to take some damage, but there it is. Yardy able to find a double, and that's a huge one. Rice and Franklin off the board. Now it's going to be Stompn to answer back. He gets another kill, putting him on to 12-3. It's a 4v2. 56 seconds left, and Flash is dropping down, but it's Warden. Special goggles, special clays, special C4. Doesn't end up finding one, so looking towards the back towards White. Gonna get that sense gadget out and maybe go for a bit of a default plant here. Does get up and take care of that BP and got a little bit of a gap here. Potentially catch somebody slipping, and there it is. Stomp gonna take Drip bowling down. Yardy's gone now into a 3v2, but it's 31 seconds. So the attacks start to feel a little bit of the pressure here. Pressure being the wrong word. They got a couple of rounds to work with if they don't win this one out. But you got all kinds of stuff going on. Mute jammers. We're looking at Doc now going down. It's Stompn on the triple kill as he puts himself on pace for the ace. And instead, he's going to go for the plant. 14 kills on the board, and he gets off as he starts to make the push around. Stompn gets taken down now into a 2v1. 7 seconds left now into a 1v1. And it's going to be running towards Kochek. He's going to even try to get outside. He's just got to go. He's looking for him. Needs the swing. Oh, man. Almost finds the play. Tail tucked between their legs, they get out of sight, the stall works, and we're alive for one more round at least.
I mean, you're in a 6-2 position. You're stomping. You're holding the diffuser on pace for the ace. You said it after picking up a 3K. Why not go for the kill, right? You had coverage to make sure that the plant could go down. I think there was a little bit of ego in there, and rightly so. He deserves it. Went for the shot, went for the ace, gonna miss it at 14-4 here on Kafe. All the way up in a 6-2 scenario. You could afford to lose one round, and it was close. They almost had it. You said it. Ran away with his tail tucked,
Attackers need to
but
locate and defuse
manages
bombs.
to get a win out of it. Now, that's only one. They needed to be perfect for 4. They pick up 1. They got to be perfect for 3 more in a row, and they're going to start now. This time, going up to the 3rd floor. This is a tough position for Yardy to be in from a defensive perspective. This was a site that was lost very decisively in the first half of the game. So what can they change up? Can they adapt? What can they bring versus this M80x team that right now, match point, 1 round away from moving on?
Man, you know what's crazy? Stompn sitting at 14. Somebody in the chat called that at the beginning of this game. I have it clipped, or I have the picture of it. Somebody read the script. They knew Stompn was going to go absolutely crazy. Now they called it out as 14-8. I don't really see that potentially as being the one that goes through, but
Yo,
14
the answer
nonetheless
back.
is huge. Aiden is going to find one. That's going to be onto the run out. Good night, and that's your dock gone. That global gadget that can bring you back up from 1 to tip-top fighting shape is out. Man advantage to the hands of M80x, and they have still got some speed on the board. Amaru in the hands of Vic. We got the smoke and the fire in the hands of Franklin. Stompn on the new op. Can be making use of that 417. And then that comfort pick, recently reworked. Rice putting themselves onto the sledge. Looking for a quick cam, right? You can't throw these Valk cams outside anymore, except for that 10-second timer. So you throw it out. Oh, dude. You throw it out. Use it to get yourself a little bit of intel. Send a C4 up, but no, not going to happen. Not going to find anything. It was a valiant attempt. It's not going to be used here.
I love that inventive strategy. It's only there for 10 seconds, but hey, take your shots. Maybe you win one. Well played there, but I love Max going for the spawn peek again, ego checking it on Aiden again. This time, though, Aiden wins it, shuts him down early on, and that's a tough spot to be. Again, to lose that as the first player down, going down 1 in a 5v4 so early on a match point scenario. This is looking very tough for Yardy and his team. With a minute 30, the fire's coming out, the jump in. Valor's going to win one, though, and hold on, but a double coming in quick.
That's right. Now puts us into a 4-2 scenario. Marmalade and Aiden, the last 2 alive. Stompn looking crazy here inside of the cocktail lounge. Couple of quick peeks. Not going to find anything just yet. Stompn goes down if they win this. The guy in the chat's going to be right on the kills at least. Aiden finds one. Now the plant's starting to go down as Captao's got those smokes and fires out, stopping them. It's pushed down white. Aiden's going to be on the triple kill now to a 2v1. It's Aiden versus Aiden. And Franklin in between. The Aiden sandwich. And now they're going to start to go for the defuse here. Now they've got looking for the vertical here. Oh, does pull him off of it as the shots come out. Not able to quite long arm it. Now they're opening up, looking towards that vertical. Oh no, don't get caught slipping. Trying to fake them out.
He doesn't
trying
know.
to potentially make them. I don't know if he knows that he's down there taking shots up from the window. Takes it to halfway, looking to get that shot. He's going to try to stick it here, and that's going to be the triple kill now to a 1v1.
No way!
He's going to stick it. Shoot him! You better shoot him, folks, or he's going to get it, and he does! Aiden's going to find the kill onto Aiden. It's a GG's. And guy in the chat, I'm going to tweet about that. Follow me on glitter_whiskey. You called it. The kills 14? He called that, my friend. I got a pick. That was crazy. He read the script.
We were wondering whether or not we would see the new op come out. Stompn bringing her out at the last round, 14-5. What a play from this team. It was, I gotta say, it felt a little bit closer than we were expecting walking into this one. After what was a 7-0 victory versus Astral R6, this time, Yardy and his team bringing a little bit closer. What a battle between them. Couple great shots, but in the end, M80x comes out on top again in the best of 1 scenario. They are just too damn good.
Yeah, no kidding. That's the phrase. Put it on a shirt, stamp it, send it. Too damn good. What do you do when they're floating? Well, you're going to try to do it on match number 3. M80x, the team to beat here on the Siege double shot. Man, it is going absolutely crazy. 1,000 viewers right now. Thank you. Thank you. Just thank you. We appreciate you guys hanging out here. This is awesome. This is a blast. You guys freaking rock. Okay, it's going to take a little time. I know. When does it start? What's the ETA? How long until it gets here? Well, folks, that's not on us. We got to get those players into the lobby. We wait for them to join. If you've ever seen a Jinxie stream, you know exactly what I'm talking about. When he's watching some videos, you're waiting, your lost one in the chat, right? That's kind of what we got going on here. We're going to get that lobby set up. We're going to get another M80x and Stompn game going for you, but you got to sit back and relax because when we come back, it's going to be our third map. Ayo.
Let's go.
You can be my tag along. Keep me up on
What's up and welcome back. We are so close to having every player in the lobby and ready to go for match number 3 on the day. I am the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me as always my partner and co-host Mr. Whiskey Run. What you think there, Whiskey?
Yeah, welcome everyone to the North America League Challenger Series. It is the path to T2. It is the path to Pro League. One team will make it to the Pro League here. And I know there's a lot of questions. How does this work? How many games are left? What happens? When does Stompn play? The answer to that last question is in about 3 minutes. The next game is going to start. Earlier on, though, how many games we got left? It is a best of one single elimination bracket. You can use the bracket command in the chat to take a look at that link. If you want to look at the overall process here, we are in the open qualifier number 2. There are 4 teams that are going to make it. You have to win every single game to move on. It is a single elimination bracket. One loss will bump you down to the next qualifier where you got to start over again. That's what happened to M80x last weekend as they lost to JJ & Co. in that best of 3 between 2 great teams. So the next run today, they've already won 2. They're on game 3. 2 more to go. So we're going to be starting game 3 here in just a moment, trying to find their spot in the 16-team Swiss stage, where the top 8 teams will move on to a double elimination playoff to the NAL affiliate spot and 12 Gs on top. So, how many games are left? A ton of Siege, my friend. Lots left. And for this match, though, got to win one more. We said game 3 is about to start. M80x versus Slime the Wall. And Slime the Wall, well, you may not have heard of them. I don't know that they're known to us either, but Zaxi, Benny, Raki, and Zez are going to take on Stompn and M80x.
Well, you know, it's where the story is formed. If you're the team that takes down the Giants, you are heroes that are remembered. But if you don't, you are but dust in the wind. M80 trying to be that wind to blow them away. It's a David versus Goliath situation, and here's the question. Right? Where in the world do we go for this map? Because, I mean, we've seen M80x be incredible on a variety of different battlefields, and this one's on bank. We watched one earlier today, a 7-0 already on the board. So now, what does that mean? That means the Slime the Wall might have had a chance to get a little bit of VOD review, right? Maybe got a little insight, a peek into how that's going to be played. They are putting M80 on the defense first, which I think is probably a good move, right? You don't want to face a really on-fire, completely aggressive M80x attack. So you get it done first, you hit the quota, and then you get onto defense and get it done. We'll see if that's the way it's going to play out this time.
That'd be my guess. I think you're right. Giving them defense gives this Slime the Wall attacking team a little bit of opportunity to find something and make it happen on bank. It's time though, my friend. The game is starting. We are heading to bank. And if you're just joining us, welcome everyone. It is a single elimination, best of 1 between these two. No opportunity for loss. You have to win every map, every game here to keep moving on. M80x, Slime the Wall, starting now.
Okay, so the story is told also by who we get off the board. There has been really no surprises today outside of the Castle ban on Kafe, which did catch us a little bit off guard, and the Azami ban, which also wasn't something that we have seen very often in this Challenger series, right? In the last qualifier or this one, Azami is surprisingly available and not used. Last map was banned out. We'll see what they're going to do it this time. Opting for the double shield, which does mean Deimos going to still be a real and present danger.
Yeah, we talked about this walking in. M80x has been very consistently banning the Monty every round, and we look back at not wanting to deal with the Blackbeard from this team. I think that's a good call from Slime the Wall. Blackbeard, very, very good. A very difficult operator to have to deal with, especially when M80 is playing that. So on the other side, Mira, really the combination of the Castle Azami totally changed the way that Kafe was played. Mira was sort of that stronghold, but Mira so good on bank, maybe a little bit better than either of the other two. Slime Law wants to have the best opportunity and not give that Mira away to M80x. So Cade's going to be the last. Maybe doesn't have to worry about holding on to those hatches. They play the vertical really well, so Slime the Wall is going to have to be prepared for that as they walk in on the attack.
That's right, and there is a quick switch up. They were showing the castle for a potential extension, but instead, Stompn puts themselves onto the tuberow, which means they are going to put a little dedication into making sure that those hatches stay closed just a little bit longer, and that can mean the difference, especially when you're trying to make your final push in towards getting that execute. Who else did they bring to the board? It's no surprises here. We've seen quite a bit of Fenrir out of M80x. They like taking away the vision. They like not being able to, or that you can't push in as easily into some of those, maybe a little bit more easily to push sites, right? Coming in, or areas coming in from dirt. You get a Fenrir on there, it's tough to take that server play. You got to get some gadgets in to do that. And of course, on the backside, potentially down Marble or wherever that secondary push is going to come from. Double down on the area denial, as you're going to see both Smoke and Goyle being brought out here. All in all, Whiskey, this is a tough defense to find yourself on the other end of. Only one person or two people upstairs on the roam game, one of them being Stompn, the other, Mr. Vic Bands.
Yeah, and I imagine they're going to make the rotate back down. I think when they're playing very, like on Bank, they played more muted. They played back a little bit further. The problem is we didn't really get to see much of their defense because they won a 7-0 victory versus Astral to start this thing off. So the key pieces here for Slime the Wall, keep the shield and keep the Dokkaebi alive. You're going to need that intel. You're going to need that intel deny from her gadget later on and try and figure out whether or not M80 is roaming. Force them into the basement. Take some vertical, try and find a shot against this team. But like you said, the combination of the Smoke and Goyo and the Tuberow is going to make that very difficult. You got to get them to burn some of that utility early if you're Slime the Wall.
That's right. The C4 is primed, prepped, and ready to any sort of sound cue that's going to give away that they made it in to that stockroom window to start applying that vertical pressure. Tuberow does get sussed out on the drone. He's able to take it down, but now they know exactly where Stompn's at. Now they can start to put the pressure on. And now, you saw this strat the same time last on the first map when we watched this played Castle regularly holding up here and then dropping back down to site as soon as any sort of damage or danger started to happen. And you can see it, Stompn makes the drop back down, minute and 40 left on the board, so he's done his job. He's wasted some time, and now he's going to rely on some gadgets to do a little bit more of that time torch.
The time torch in play. I mean, Blitz making the push down, but it's unassisted, unbacked up, and I think a bit of a mistake. You've got two of the M80X players playing downstairs, holding that server side. The hatch is closed, no one behind him. The solo push down the blue stairs is not going to be the way that you win this round out. Yes, you've got everybody back downstairs in the basement, but they have got to get some of this vertical control, and a solo push is not going to cut it. There's a minute left, so plenty of time left.
Ooh, until the C4 goes out, and that's going to be Stompn to claim the very first kill. That's going to be a tough one, too. That's Blitz off the board, and a quick look. Dokkaebi's able to take Aiden off the board as he makes the push in towards server. Looking towards it, but Stompn able to find a second. So now puts ourselves into a 4v3. 47 seconds as it starts to count down, and Stompn's made his way back into that goated vault area, right? So now he's gone back just a little bit farther, making that push just a little bit tougher. He's still got that long-range devastation, that one-hitter quitter. They're holding on from the garage area as well, and that's going to be answered back. Franklin goes down, so we find ourselves equalized on the 3-3 here. Quick switch in.
Yo!
Oh, my Lord. It rings out in a big way, and now Stompn has got to be on pace for the ace to be able to pull this one back into contention. Line starting to get the plant down. Takes a swing. That's a one-tapper. Finds it onto the back of the chassis. Runs across, looking for it. Oh, man, almost finds one. Kills it on the back. It's the quad kill. Now down into a 1v1 situation, and he is a post-plant scenario 1v1, and he is looking. He has got the idea. Gonna have to maybe potentially try for a long arm here or just go take that battle. He's got 20 seconds to kind of play around with here, and no.
He gets it!
He did it! The king, not to be dethroned, cuts the head off his enemies and drinks from their skulls. It's an ace on round number 1 to get it done. Just cannot be stopped. The win condition finds it again, and I'm sorry to yell on round number 1, but what the
All right, if you don't know, if you donate some bits here on the Siege Double Shot, there is an ace emote that was ready and waiting for this situation, my friend. The ace on round 1. We talked about it in Nighthaven on the previous round, the last weekend. He got 4K 2 rounds in a row and 2 assists. This time, today, on game 3 on the day, he opens it up with an ace in the basement. We said M80x was difficult to deal with on attack on bank. Stompn is difficult to deal with on defense on bank. A ace to start it off. Slime the Wall has got their work cut out for them. If you got any fans in the chat, it's time to pump this team up because right now M80x looking good.
Yeah. A one tap off the chassis, a shot in the back, and then a rotate around on a fake plant. Oh, what a day to be alive, my friend. Okay, take it up to the 2F. They secured themselves a basement. Wasn't easy. Was on the back of some individual heroics. Stompn acing it. Jesus Christ. Castle and a zombie on the board, which means they're going to be a huge dedication to the slowdown, right? Funnel those players into those disadvantageous situations. Have a clash there to back it up as well. A little bit of that area denial where you force them back with a clash. You send some smokes in to back them into a corner, and then you C4 the hell out of them with some Valkyrie. At least that's going to be the plan on the side of M80x. On Slime the Wall. Going for a little bit of a different area here, right? You bring out the Twitch to try to get rid of those Valkyrie cams. If you can't get rid of them, hey, why not take them? Dokubi's on the board. You grab yourself some intel. If you can manage to grab that first kill and then do it safely, grab some intel, which could be the difference here. Already trying to get some off, but oh, a little bit of a miss on the drone there as they try to take that BP out. Looking towards taking one of those Twitch drones off the board. They haven't quite been able to get it in just yet, and there they go. Now they're going to take a look at it, and instead, hello? That's a BP. Just shoot it from the side. Whiskey.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there, but keep the Twitch drone alive, so Twitch continuing to use that util, try and clear out some of this M80 defensive utility they've got in place. Franklin's still playing the Clash, though. That one you can't get rid of with the Twitch. Maybe take out one of those Valcams, trying to find it. Dokubi going to use her gadget here fairly early, trying to identify whether or not you've got any roamers. But from the M80X side, everybody playing the power positions. Upstairs on 2F, no one really roaming. I don't think that they have to right now, holding on to a bit of aura, but Aiden going to be the first one to go down. So Slime Wall picks up an opening pick. It's a great place to start, but it's not the end of the round. M80 had done a fantastic job of clearing and closing out even when down a man. Got to push this advantage, Slime the Wall.
Yep, now's the time to capitalize. Take some of that space that you just earned. Not only did you take the Azami off the board, but that's any future Kiva barriers going to be done. Quick free fire towards the window. Isn't going to find one just yet. Flashes start to go in. Smoke's going down from stopping that push up the spiral. More smokes, more flashes. The push in heads towards Banana, and they're going to find themselves on the back end. That's one. Stompn able to find two. Now perfect 7-0. Looking to try to maybe get himself a little bit of back-to-back acing here. Grenades go out as they force them back into that E3 area. Still sit in a 4-3 situation. Advantage of the body balance sits into the hands of M80X, but just by one. Still the potential to bring this one back. No C4 into the hands of Valkyrie. Now it's the push up. Barbed Wire making some sound cues, so they're going to be holding on to that cross angle, and that's going to be Vic Bands to find one. Answered back immediately as the 417 rings out. Finds himself looking towards that E3, but dealt with. Answered back. Zach finds Stompn off the board. Now into a 2v1, but it's a 5 seconds. You've got a clash to deal with. You've got no diffuser in hand, and you got no idea where the last one is. Gonna call that a GG's on top. Now heading on to that tertiary site. M80 just looking absolutely phenomenal right now.
Yeah, they've only picked up a little bit of steam. And I think when you come off the back of playing against Yardy, back on map 2, you know, playing an X-Pro, playing a stack that had a little bit of aura to try and take on this team, it looked a little bit closer. Now, Slime the Wall, not for sure, not a known team in the scene. Not guys that we're terribly familiar with, which probably means they're just getting started. And right now, just getting
Attackers need to
slammed
locate and
versus this
defuse bombs.
M80x team, who is on their way to the top of T2. So they didn't quite make it in Qual number 1, certainly on their way here in Qual number 2. Love to see the underdogs, though, put some pressure and win some rounds against Goliath.
Bomb
Can
located
Slime the
by
Wall, are they going to
attackers.
be the ones to do that? Or are we going to see another quick 7-0 right now on pace? Stompn 8-1 to start off this game.
Yeah. Tough place to find yourself, but not impossible, right? Got to find a little bit of momentum. Got to find where is the weak spot. Now, as a caster, I'm having trouble finding it. But as a player, they can spot some of those things that we can't. So hopefully this will be the round where we see some of that adaptation out of the attack side, right? We're bringing out the shield. We've got that spearhead. Gonna maybe a little bit more of that traditional siege take here, right? Ace and Thatcher on the board, which means get that wall open, get yourself set up to potentially get ready for an execute. First thing that you got to do, though, is you got to claim that vertical. And to do that, you got to get past Rice, Stompn, and Aiden. And that's going to be step number 1.
You said
Okay.
it. Is there any cracks in the armor? Where's the opportunity here that Slime the Wall can take advantage of? It is really difficult to find. We haven't seen any true cracks form in this particular game, especially on Bank. We saw them 7-0 Bank to start the day off. We're on Game 3, Map 3 in this best-of-1 single elimination bracket. You have to win every single game this weekend in order to move on in the series and qualify for Challenger League. So, question is, who's it going to be? All right, Franklin going down, an opening pick from Slime the Wall. That's their second, but again, they haven't been able to convert it into a round win. The first minute down, they've got the shield playing upstairs, but he loses to Aiden.
That's right. Aiden gets his first kill on the board, which is huge, right? Because at this point, in the first 2 rounds, we still had 3 players who had yet to see a round because Stompn was eating them all. Quick answer back. Shield's off the board. Line goes down. Thatcher's going to find his life forfeit. Stompn's going to find another one, though. DMR's going to take Stompn off the board. So main advantage is into the hands of M80x, but only by 1 currently. Time starting to tick down. Taking a couple looks towards the long angle, a quick glance towards CEO. Nobody there to receive that long-distance devastation that only the DMR can bring. Assuming the 2 players, or at least 1 is up top, he's going to start to put some opening here onto that main wall. Oh, my Lord. What? Okay.
All right.
I mean, what do you say? Caught unaware. That's a double to end that round. That's going to be a perfect 3 up, 3 down. And now Slime the Wall has got an opportunity. They've got a chance. They do, right? Now they have seen the look. They've seen the first 3 rounds. They know what's coming at them. They know it's going to be aggressive. They know it's going to be extended. Going to find themselves on a tough end. But this is their best chance to do it. Now having seen a look at all 3. Back down to lockers.
That's right. The round rotate down on the defensive side. You said it. You've got to look at all of the sites now. How is M80x going to handle their defense? Now at least you've got an idea. The problem is it is still M80x playing the game. That makes this very difficult. So I love the fact that we've got Zach, Z, and Zez playing on Slime the Wall. W names in the chat here for these guys. But unfortunately, he said it. They're up against Goliath and one of the best in the industry right now. M80x is on their way to Pro League. It was, to me, it always felt like it was a matter of time until they got there. But the trip, the day, the qual isn't over yet. They still have to close this thing out. It's looking good, but man, still a lot of Siege left to be played. We're in Game 3 if you're just joining us. Thank you, everyone, for joining us here on the Challenger Series Open Qual number 2. M80x currently putting a bit of a stomping on Slime the Wall.
Hey, Jesus. Okay, I see what you did there. And yeah, just for some clarification's sake, this is an open bracket. Anybody can play, but it is not a chance for T2. This is a chance to take it all the way to the top. This is the path to pro. This is the gateway to greatness. At the end of the Challenger Series, 1 team will find themselves in a pro league position. Huge.
Yeah, that's right.
Attackers have dropped
There's a lot of Siege to be played, though. We said it. You got to win all the way through the best-of-1 bracket here in the Open Qualifier. Then you've got to win the Swiss Series games, plus a double elimination playoff bracket with 8 teams at the end of it. We'll bring that graphic up and show it after this game is done, just to give you that better idea. But from the Slime Wall perspective, they're working the vertical, trying to find some space down. They've got basically 2F covered, but at this point, they're having to clear the whole building and make sure they don't happen upon one of those M80x roamers. And it's Aiden still holding onto that teller's office. That's the guy they're trying to find right now. Everybody else holding the power positions downstairs, backed up by Vic Bands this time on the two brow, even though Stompn got the ace back early, round 1.
Yeah, okay, so the main advantage is into the hands of the defense. Starting to put some pressure here on the vertical, but they've got 2 players upstairs. Now, one is faux upstairs, right? Sitting at the top of the blue stairs, making sure that you can't take that server pressure. Stompn able to find another kill off the board as the headshot rings out. Does put us into a 5v3. Starting to feel a little bit like a tough spot here for the defense as the time starts to count down, but they're going to take Aiden off the board. That's going to be finally the answer back. They stopped the flow of bleeding, and now they've claimed that first floor, right? Zach's going to find Stompn off the board. Does put us into a 3-3 situation. Last minute starting to count down as they're looking for that vertical play here in the servers. Get a drone in, notice that it's clear, now able to make the drop, and now start to put some pressure towards maybe opening up that back hat or that top sight hatch, and then yep, it's already opened up, and now put some pressure on as they try to get themselves in for a plant. Diffuser is in hands. 40 seconds left. They open up the back wall. Smokes start to go out. Send a grenade in to try to force them back just a little bit farther to be able to get themselves in and set for a plant. Whiskey, 28 seconds left.
It almost feels like Slime the Wall is walking into a bait here from the M80X. You've got the area denial from the smoke, but you still have got 3 left alive. They're waiting, watching for the drop, but man, this feels like they're just getting baited in for the last 10 seconds.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and 2 C4s as well, so they try to get in. I mean, it's going to be tough. Smoke is there. It's preventing them. Start to go in. That's going to be Vic Bands to take one. Vic Bands gets taken down. Franklin finds one, and that's going to be it on the round. Defenders are going to find it, and they're going to do it by crunching the time. Hey, thank you so much. We appreciate the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We are Challenger Series watching the King float currently. Stompn and M80X up 4-0. On Slime the Walls, they're looking to try to find their 3rd win of the day.
That's right. Welcome, Amguns. All of our friends from the EU. The EU Challenger Series must have just finished up. We appreciate you joining us and hanging out with us every time we go to events. Love getting a chance to see you guys in the community cast that happen over on the EU side. This is it. If you're walking into probably one of the best teams in North America T2 outside of the Pro League right now, seeing M80X take on a Slime the Wall. They lost the quarterfinal last week narrowly to JJ and Co. But there was plenty of opportunity for them to get the comeback, and this is it. They are on their way. They've already 7-0'd one team today, trying to find an opportunity to 7-0 a second team. Slime the Wall has got their work cut out for them, trying to find a win on attack. M80X putting up a tremendous defense here on Bank.
So a little bit of adaptation here by the defense. Going to get a little bit of some mobile in play. Oryx on the board. An absolute detriment to any sort of shield player. The one bash to send you flying. A little bit of answer back. And if you can do it, I can do it better. Clash as well to slow him down and some area denial. I mean, this is a good defense. Looking for a bit of a potential run out here. On the double end of it, one above, one below. He takes the shot. Aiden's going to find it, and he's back into the safety of garage, and he is gone. The double run out, the teamwork, the power of friendship. Going to see the man advantage into the hands of M80X. Equalized, though. Stompn gets caught on the rotate. Heading up marble, and now it's going to find us in a 4-4.
You said it, a 4-4 scenario here, and that's the Hibana down. That is huge. No opportunity there for trying to open up any of the sight lines in the reinforced walls. They're going to be stuck dealing with just using the ash charges to try and clear, but maybe a little bit of grenade coming in, but those reinforced walls are going to block off any of the sight lines and certainly make this Slime the Wall attack significantly more difficult. So no opportunity to try and make the push in from top square. Plus it's blocked off by Franklin playing the Clash. They've got this thing on lockdown. What does Slime the Wall need to do? Taking down Stompn at 10-4. That's his 34 kills so far on the day. That's a huge piece of the win con, but they need a little bit more utility and a couple lucky shots to take it further.
That's right. A grenade goes up to push back the player holding on to the top of Spiral as the barbed wire gets taken down. A couple of shots as he runs back, and it's going to allow the Clash to get up, and now they can put a little bit of that double duty here. They're trying to stem the flow. Aiden going to take Benny off the board, so the main advantage does go back into the hands of the defense and start to make the push around. Still that pressure from Spyro going to make it a little bit difficult. And now the smoke canisters start to come in, preventing that push up, and he's still got 2 of them in hand. A couple of pre-fires through the window. Oh, he's close. He's looking for it. Might maybe even potentially get a jump out. No claymores on the board, so he's going to be relatively safe. That's going to be Aiden now on pace for the ace himself as he finds himself on the triple kill, trying to get back inside, and that's going to give him the identity, the cue, the location. Vic Bands takes 1, now onto a 4v1. Nomad, the last alive. Pushing in at the top of square. Work is cut out for him. A barbed wire is going to give away the location. Gets inside, avoids the swing, but Clash coming around, finds the first kill, tries to get out of pre-fire, but Clash is just too far away to be able to deal it. So a Nomad air jab comes out, potentially to secure the deal for Clash, but no, not going to happen. Aiden, you know what? Break out the barbecue sauce. Aiden going crazy on this round. He finds himself a 4-piece.
Individual heroics doesn't have to be Stompn every time. The rest of the team can step up and take them out in the same way. That's the reason that we think M80x is moving on, going to be one of the best chances there for the Pro League. Yeah, they took JJ and Co took them down last week, but they are only going to get better as they work on clearing and learning. So from this perspective, Slime the Wall, man, it is time to step up. Are you going to win a round? Please put down 1. Make this an interesting game, or M80x is just going to continue to roll over.
Yeah, that's the big deal here, right? This is the big impactful round. All up until here doesn't even matter. 5-1 is a completely different story from a 6-0. 5-1 means there is hope. 5-1 means there's momentum. A 5-1 means that you can still bring this back. A reverse sweep is just going to be too tough for a team that is absolutely floating. So this is a pivotal round. This has to happen. If you're a Slime the Wall fan, you need to get that good vibes, that good juju into their corner right now. Because if they don't win this one, it's going to be over before it starts.
10 seconds to go.
Over before it starts, that's the way it's feeling. So, the first floor site coming out the tertiary, the full round rotate done over and over and over again.
Attackers
This Slime the Wall team bringing out Dokkaebi again. Use the roam clear. Good call. Z bringing out the Twitch. Try and clear out some of this utility and IQ to help find it. Z, Zach, and Zez, the main members on this team. So everybody's struggling to find some kills, though, but you're up against M80x. We knew this was going to be a tough round. It's one of the things about the open qualifier best of 1 single elimination brackets is with 128 teams, a lot of opportunity for anybody to join in, but running the gauntlet, jumping in the printer window, and getting cleared off to start 5v3 in the first 30 seconds of this round.
Yeah, a tough spot to find yourself. Still got a ton of utility in the hands of Thicklock. Does get some of it, but makes the push in. Vic's able to take Zach off the board. Now puts us into a 5v2. Looking to try to get it done flawlessly as Gridlock goes down outside. Now it's going to be Dokkaebi in that DMR, the last alive. Takes a couple of shots towards that top square. Not able to find it just yet. Couple of pre-fires, pop shots, looking towards that stock area. Now the pinch is starting to happen. Does find one, looking towards that top square. Takes another couple of shots, but still not able to find it just yet. Instead, Aiden's going to go crazy. He's going to take him down. And that's the thing, right? That's the thing about this M80x team. It's not just Stompn. It's not just Rice. It's not just Vic Bands. I mean, every single player has the potential to absolutely pop off. That's exactly what we're seeing here. It's a match point. It's a 6-0. M80x looking to be perfect on their 3rd game of the day. The only bit of trouble coming from the Yardy team.
Yeah, you said it. If you take a look at what we've seen today, certainly potentially 2 7-0s, and then that Yardy game that came in at 7-3. They showed some cracks, some signs of life there, but unfortunately even Yardy's team not able to take a win. It is, like we said, this open this open qualifier gives anybody the opportunity. With 128 teams that signed up and were fighting for spots today, and 164 last week, that is a lot of T3, T4, T2 players that are all aiming for a shot. There is certainly the opportunity for a bit of a blessed bracket walking in. And typically, as this bracket starts to filter its way out, the better teams making it to the end, the games are only going to get better moving forward. That's what we've got on our play. There is at least one more best of one after this match is over. So this is not the last time you're going to see Stompn play, even today. M80x and his team looking like they're going to be moving on. One more best of one after this, my friend.
Yeah, man, so we see M80's attack. What do they bring in? Twitch. Get rid of some of that extension util, specifically looking towards those Goyo canisters. They can get inside and get down a little bit of an execute, which seemed to be their forte of the day, right? They have caught an incredible amount of plants done, which means they've got quite a wide variety of strats to be brought out here. A little bit of intel. Stompn puts himself onto the Grim, and then Vic Bands back onto the Sens. They just push in. Aiden's life's forfeits. Stompn's able to find one, takes a couple of pre-fires. Nobody able to answer back just yet, so he's able to get a kill and jump back out, reassess, reset, and get going again.
2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Working. I mean, you still got a drones. You don't need to run in. They're still playing this like they want to be a pro league team at this point, even though there's a lot of chatter. They could just walk in and completely slam this team. That's a possibility, but they're in it to win it and working, taking the reps every opportunity they get. Love that about this team. From the slime wall perspective, what do you got on the defensive side? Playing the first floor site, interesting choice here to start off with. Or playing the basement, holding on to the first floor, interesting place to start off with. I like that they brought out the Azami here to try and hold on. The Aruni, a little bit of an interesting choice. Without the smoke, you don't have a lot of that area denial in play. And then also, same thing, missing the C4s, not having the C4s in play. I think a bit of a miss from the slime the wall defense side.
Yeah, no C4s. It proved to be their bane once before. We'll see if it is a thorn in their side yet again. We're equalized on the main advantage. It's 1:20. Starting to get those hatches opened up. The hatch queen, Hibana. So we can put some vertical pressure on, and Twitch going to get active yet again. Get some more of those Goyos off the board. 67 left on the board, and they are starting to get active.
Got that 60 seconds. You said it. Left alive. 4v4. Plenty of opportunity here. Slime the Wall can do something to try and shut this down, but right now, holding the vertical, watching for the hatch drop, and right now, M80x working that part. They've got to... there it is. The Sens coming out, getting ready for the drop, my friend.
That's right. Sen's making it difficult to see, but he's still got a bit of a corner peek. He still might be able to get the kill. But look at that. They just push in. That's going to be Franklin taken off the board, and that's going to put the main advantage into the hands of Slime the Wall here. They grab the case as they start to make the push in, try and go for the back plant here. There it is. More Sens walls coming down, and this is where that C4 would be useful. This is where any of that plant denial, the echo, the smoke, the anything to stop them from getting in. Now, they do have the main advantage in a heavyweight, but we've seen this before. It's a 4v2. Now you see Goyo go down. Azami gets taken down now into a 2v2. Stompn finds Zach off the board, looking towards that vertical pressure. Now, the play here, one to hold, one to defuse. You got to have your shots on point, and you can't risk the double swing. So they get a little bit closer, 10 seconds left on the board, and they're going to find one. Rice takes down. Dang it. Now it's all going to be onto the shoulders of Warden, and that's just it. Rice is good for a double, and they're going to find themselves another win. 3 in a row. They're just having an absolutely great day. Flawlessly.
Another MVP for Stompn to add to his 34-9. He's going to pad that KD even a little bit more, but just in general, another fantastic play for this team. 12-4 to go up on top. The opposing team, I love it, shouting out the Instagram in there. I know they got a lot of people taking a watch them play today. So, and we appreciate all of you being here to stick with us on the NAL Challengers Series, Qual number 2. We've been watching M80 just crush it, my friend. And
that's right.
One more to go. We still got another best of one after that.
Okay. One more game, one more map, one more round. Just one more. Send it. One more down. Sit back, relax, because when we come back, bring you one more. Ayo.
Let's go.
You can be my tag along. Keep me up on
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It's been an absolute roller coaster, a steamroller actually. M80x just looking like they are on fire. They want their path to pro. They want to get through the gateway to greatness, and it starts here. 4 best of ones, and we are at the 4th and final of the day. I am the Reverend Whiskey Glitter. With me, as always, my partner and co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run.
That's right. Welcome, everyone, to the Challenger Series. We're in the single elimination best of one bracket all the way up to the quarterfinals. One more game away until that qualification game. 4 best of ones played out today. 3 of them are already over, and you knew it coming into today. All M80x wins. Stompn on top for sure. MVP, all 3 of those games. Now, if you're wondering how many more games is there to play, how do you get to the Pro League, what's the plan? Go ahead and take a look at the path to pro here. We've got 4 opportunities, really. In this case, 3 open qualifiers and 1 invited team to the Swiss. It is a 16-team Swiss that everyone is fighting to qualify for, where 8 teams will make it out. We're going to fight it down in a double elimination playoff bracket to win that NAL spot. This is an NAL bracket we're fighting for, my man. 12 grand's a little icing on the cake, but winning Pro League spot, you're going to get there? This is it? Can you get it? M80 looking like they want it.
That's right. Write your own story, whether it be a Cinderella or a David versus Goliath. It all's happening here on the Siege Double Shot. And you're right, 12 grand, that ain't nothing to sneeze at. That's a couple of tournament fees, maybe some travel expenses, the next land coming up. Who knows? Got to win it first. Okay, so coming up, our last best of one today. M80x on a tear. Trying to stop them is going to be the Columbian Christians. That's a little bit about this roster.
That's right. You know the left side, but on the right side, some friends, some people that you've seen on the Siege Double Shot a million times. Roth, Matumba, Breed, Edging, and Abe, I love his name, and Nubs. And I gotta say, between Matumba and Roth, we have cast these guys on, it's gotta be close to 12 different teams. Perennial pillars in the T3, T4, T2 scene. So glad to see them going up against this M80, but they've got their work cut out for them because we're going to head over to, that is funny, the graphic didn't update.
I was going to say, there's no way we're going to see Bank again. You watch 2 absolute devastations. Not going to be the case.
There it goes. There it goes.
No,
yeah.
Not Bank again. So sorry. Prod is trolling us today. No, we are headed to Nighthaven, my absolute favorite map. And the one map that we have seen M80x struggle a little bit on, I believe the last time they played this.
Yeah, that's right. So coming into Nighthaven, we did see this map twice during the open qualifier number 1. We saw them 7-0 one of the teams early on in the bracket, dominating, devastating on that. But then when they got against JJ and Co, they lost it 7-1. We talk about cracks in the armor. This is definitely one of the places it's a possibility they could be struggling. So we'll see. Do the Columbians have what it takes, or is M80 going to rebound after a little bit of a loss? One of the things I love on the map bans from this team too is they have a pattern. They ban Skyscraper, Consulate, and Border. And I love the fact that they start off generally banning Skyscraper. This team has become my new favorite team.
Yeah, absolutely. So a couple of bans go down. You see the shields off the board, which means who are we going to see on the defensive side of it? Valkyrie going to be taken down huge on a map like Nighthaven, able to operate off that intel, get yourself some of those devastating C4s that have been, well, frankly, in Franklin's favor today. And I guess all of Challenger Series, because he's been devastating with those things. Mirror to follow it up. And you know what? Standard bans here. I'm not surprised about them. The only thing that is a little surprising is that Asme is allowed to get through again. Interesting.
I mean, the problem is you've got so many good defensive operators that are left on the table. Who do you want to try and fight through and deal with when you get on your attacking side from the Columbians? They want to make sure that this M80x team doesn't have Mira available because she is so good. And I think they tend to play her a little bit more often. So that's, I guess, the kind of the way that they're leaning into it. But the shields, again, continuing to be the important part ever since really the end of year 8. But the beginning of season 9, playing year 9 with the shield
Bomb
buff.
located by attacker.
M80 been very consistent during Crucible, always banning Blackbeard. Now during the open quals, always banning Monty. And the Columbians reading into that, they're going to ban that Blackbeard as well. So all the shields gone. Going to be a little bit more direct conflict, and that includes bringing out the Maverick. So good on the attacking side, especially here on Nighthaven, where you're working on opening up this main IT wall as sort of an important push point here. From the Columbian side, talked about it, bringing out the mute, block some of that intel, and then Brid with the Fenrir playing outside here. Oh, he's going to toss a double to try and shut this down.
Yeah, and that's a devastating one to get up. And a quick spawn peek isn't going to amount to a kill. It is going to take a couple of shots. It is going to put that pressure on. It is going to let them know that they are going to be looking for that early entry kill, looking to disrupt this aggressive attack team. On the defense, I like a couple of the calls. Used to be, you'd hear me say Doc worthless, right? It's just the cheese op has become part of a comp meta in the fact that these teams, they just absolutely devastate each other, but it's on bits and pieces. It's not a headshot. They're just taking little tiny pokes and prods. Doc really great about bringing them back up to that full health standard to be back in a tip-top fighting shape. Maverick looking a little goofy with his his Mav line there, but that's okay. Big Man's, he's got a little bit of a tough thing to work on with the wall being opened up so far. They're going to take a quick look out the window. Nobody quite there to answer, though, just yet. We're going to set 5-all as the first minute is gone.
Yeah, from the defensive side, they didn't have anybody sitting trying to hold ready for a C4. You got 2 C4s on the board, but they're focused downstairs on this push and prod from this attacking team. And a little bit of pressure from the river stairs. I love the fact that, you know, they've got some multiple push points, some ghost pressure, but it's Stompn to open up a can to start off with. Pick number 1, the opening pick of Game 4. Not surprising again. You said that they're working on opening up these sight lines, using that wall all the way open up. No C4 in hand, and even though the Doc is alive, was alive, can bring you back no longer in a 5v3 with a minute left.
That's right. Flash is ringing out as the pressure starts to happen. They're making that push up towards connector. Going to find a kill. Stompn's on his 3rd. There's no way he's going to start out with another ace, right? There's no way. Big Vance gets taken down. Stompn's on the quad kill. Stompn does get taken down. He's not going to find the ace 2 rounds in a row, but my lord, was that close.
He opens up the if you didn't catch the last map, Stompn opened it up round 1 with an ace. On this map, opens it up with a 4K. And when we talked about Nighthaven previously, there was, the last time we said they 7-0'd one of the early teams in the bracket. He picked up 8 kills in the first 2 rounds and 2 assists. 4K already to start this thing off. Columbians, you got your work cut out for you on the defensive side. They're going to try the basement defense this time as opposed to trying to hold on to that 2F again. Just so good on Nighthaven.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Is Stompn's name King? It's a good question. Yeah, his name is King Stompn. Dubbed by the community, goated in his gameplay. It's a 4-piece to start us out. Just being absolutely on fire. Okay, so take it down to the basement, down to that tank assembly area. One of the things that I love about Nighthaven is that you can really be a viable candidate for combat in any field here, right? You can bunker down completely. You can have a huge heavy roam game up top and just not really work on holding on to those walls, and kind of not going to be the case here. They are going to bring the bandit out, so they are going to have a little bit of a dedication, but the roam game, that's what we love here. And we're going to see already Vigil getting active up above. Has a little bit of insight that they're going to be coming from the back side. They're just sussed out on cam already, though. Legion could find his life forfeit if he doesn't actually get the heck out of there.
I love this map strat downstairs in the basement, opening up lots of different holes here to try and prevent and give a little bit of a little a little bit of a sight lines there for the attackers as you work on getting the plant off the exo side. So get down, gain a little exo control, default plant in assembly, use the mav holes across the bottom to put pressure to make sure that the defense can't make the cross over from the tank side. So well played. You got to take care of some of these roamers, and that is Aiden taking one, but Roth from upstairs on the second floor going to get two.
Yeah, finds himself on the back end of a double. Golden is going to find one as well as Vic Bands goes down. So now the man advantage is into the hands of the Columbians as they find themselves up 4-2. Rice and Stompn the last alive. Rice is killless inside the first round. Going to potentially find themselves their first kill. We've seen this situation before, Whiskey. It's been a man advantage heavily in the favor of the opposite team. We'll see if they're able to capitalize and close out this round.
Yeah, a lot of opening a little advantage here for the Columbian side in a 4v2. You still have got Stompn and Rice left alive, so this is certainly a dangerous combo. Roth, though, already picked up two, running the vigil, making his push down, looking for these two roamers. Doesn't know exactly where they're at, but now, after hearing that Boss G go off, the attackers got an idea where he is. There it is, taking him down, Stompn with the kill on Roth. Now in a 2v3. This is a significantly closer matchup between these two than it was just a moment ago.
Okay, one closer. Getting the cams gone. Putting some pressure here vertically. Still got one of those boogie drones still in pocket. Gonna get rid of some of that extension util. Open it up just a tad. Put some pressure on it from the vertical.
40 seconds left. M80. There's one of the C4s coming out. They're trying to take a shot, but it is unfortunately missed. So this is opening the vertical here from the Ash. Taking a shot, but Columbian's a little bit of a fish in the barrel, but you still have some of that utility. Two smokes left. That could be the difference here. He's able to area deny this team off with the final 20 seconds left.
Okay, so this is going to be it. Smokes are going out. They still have two on board, so it's going to find themselves in a tough position. The shotgun rings out, and it's going to find Stompn alone in a 1v3. 8 seconds left. He finds the first kill, starts to push up. Pistol pop, not going to find it, though. Nub's going to take him off the board, and that's going to be one for the defense.
Wow. We're not going to see the 7-0 to start this thing off. I know we talked about it when we were getting into this match, that eventually, as the bracket starts to work towards these quarterfinals, you are going to get better matchups here for this M80 team to take down. They can't always be perfect, though, my friend. The fact that they go 7-0, it's not going to happen every map. Siege is a game. Intel and inches. You may win some, you may lose some, but so far they have come out on top on every match we've seen except versus JJ & Co. Trying to right that wrong here on the Challenger Series Open Qualifier number 2. Now, I know there was questions in the chat if you're just joining us, and thanks, Patch, for helping out. Go ahead and post that Liquipedia link because everyone's got to know exactly what's going on here. These teams are fighting for a Pro League spot. There is still a lot of siege, though, to get to that point. They've got to win all the way through the Open Qualifier, win in the 16-team Swiss, win in the 8-team double elimination bracket to earn that Pro League spot. So that is a ton of matches still left alive and a few different teams that got to work their way through. The thing is, though, M80x has looked nearly unbeatable most of the time. And when this team, when they're peaking, shows up, this is a Pro League team, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. They look absolutely incredible. 1 second, Whiskey. There we go. Make a quick change here. Stand by.
There it is. Yeah, we got patching that link up. So you take a look at that bracket in Challenger mode, but also Liquipedia's got the entire thing laid out. So as we work on this M80x, all 10 left alive, 2 minutes, 30 seconds into this round. No opening picks here early, but they're back upstairs on the second floor. We saw this one go down very quickly to M80 off the back of a Stompn 4K. So now what they've got working, he's 6-2, a bit of the win con here for this team. Interestingly, yeah, you can see the Bandit walking up. Is he going for the C4? He is, but the hold from the top. Aiden, right place, right time, taking down the Bandit. No trick, no C4. They have got this wall now opened. The Ash going to clear it, give them the sight line all the way in to IT.
Okay, so main advantage is into the hands of M80x. The first minute has started to count down. They do spot him out on the drone, and that's going to be Rice taking one off the board. Matoma goes down, looking for a second. Rice going to find it. Nubs goes down, puts us into a 5v2. Started to push in. Solus and Fenrir, the last alive. A quick shot towards it, and they're starting to collapse onto the catwalk, and that's going to be Solus to find Big Bands off the board, but Aiden takes him back. Solus to find another. Aiden goes down, so puts us into a 3v1. Tough situation if you're Solus because there's so much time on the board, Whiskey. You are able to get a drone in, find out where this guy's at, but he's got the intel. He's got the foresight. He's got the game sense. He knows potentially it's coming from the back, but they've got so much time. They can wait him out, and once he gets droned, it's going to be an easy push.
So Franklin got the intel, know that he's hiding over top river. The drone picks him up as well. He's got a little of option here to rotate through command, but you said it. They're going to pick up the diffuser at this point, and tons of opportunity. He's making all kinds of noise, walking around, and it's going to be Rice that finishes him off for another win upstairs.
Man, Rice, how many did he pick up on that round?
Boy, that's a good question. I didn't even catch it. I know our observer will flash the scoreboard. We'll see it as soon as this next round happens. But the Columbians found one downstairs in the basement. They lose it upstairs on the 2F. They're going to try the middle. Control storage, one of the better first floor sites, but there's a lot of options for quick plants, a lot of option for vertical angle that M80x is just very good at.
Okay, 2-1. So the first round rotate is over. The first half of the last map, done data. 2 to M80x. They've already hit their quota. They've already done what they needed to. So anything outside of this is just going to be, as Whiskey Run says, gravy on potatoes or icing on the cake. We're going to bring a little bit of shield play out. On the side of the defense, I like the Solus play. I think it's a great operator. The gun is great. The gadget is great. Yeah, nerfed into oblivion, but still incredibly impactful. So we're going to see Solus brought out here. The combo move of a zombie and smoke to put in some of that static warfare. And then, of course, the ever-present danger of the Warden. And that's C4. The only one on the board, though.
Interestingly, they didn't bring a deployable this time to try and back up the Warden. So Matumba going to make the run out outside, take a shot, immediately back in. We have seen people be successful. The standard ranked spawn peak here on Nighthaven. Roth playing downstairs, looking, waiting. Boy, they're just taking shots over and over. Now, Stompn playing on the Nook, very successful when we saw that on Bank. Dangerous position here to try and peek the king on Nighthaven. Rice playing the blitz to try and back this this attack up. You can hear the thermite. Man, they've got all of these avenues open right now. The Columbians kind of spread out. Nobody playing downstairs in the basement, but 3 upstairs. M80's going to work on clearing them out before they can make a real direct push.
Yeah, and all the way up on that second floor is going to be a tough push, and there it is. Nub's going to take Stompn off the board, and that's going to be the win condition met as they find themselves up in the main advantage now in a 5-4. Looking towards this window, they've got it prepped. Blitz is there to be able to send it in. They get the sus out onto the drone as Warden is potentially going to be taken down. Nub's going to find one.
No way, he missed it!
Knife. Oh, my lord. Rice gets taken down. Matuma to find one. Big Bands answers back. He's in a 1v4. Got to be on pace for the ace, but it's not going to happen. Big Bands gets taken down with some well-placed body shots.
That was some serious siege timing, though. Blitz jumps in the window and a little bit of a ring around the rosy, around the pillar. He just missed that the defender was there, thought he walked around the corner into the hallway, not back towards the wall, and figured his back was covered by the other attacker holding the window, but he wasn't. Knifed from behind for the Blitz. Siege timing at its finest for the Columbians. M80x loses another defensive or attacking round in this case, but not down and out yet. But, man, a little bit of siege timing there. Well played by the Columbians.
Attackers need to locate.
And, yeah, now you're feeling pretty good. You've equalized on the score line. 2 more to potentially take yourself onto a standard split. Now, the problem is you got to do it here on the 2F. And the problem with 2F is that there is so many avenues here, right? You can
Attackers
come
have
in through
located
IT,
the bomb.
connector, come up river, you've got the vertical play from underneath, you've got the garage, and you've got your main breach. I mean, there's just so many ways to put pressure onto this defensive team. So if you attack all of those at once, if you get the Yali boxes checked off, at the end of
10
that,
seconds to
you
go.
should have 2 or 3 players stuck in sight, kind of around that pillar, maybe around that A chassis side, but kind of holding on for dear life if it goes according to plans.
Attackers are heading out to defuse the
And
bomb.
if you're an attacker, of course.
That's right. The Columbian Christians trying to shut this thing down, holding upstairs. The combination of bringing out the smoke and the Goyo area denial, plus a little bit of that mute intel deny. Roth making the change up off the Solus this time. I think there was an awful lot of drones from the M80 team coming in. Like we said, as this bracket moves on, teams getting a little bit more tough. Columbian's putting up a little bit of a fight versus M80. It's a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. They are in a must-win scenario, both of these teams, to move on. The loser has to try and fight it out in Qual number 3. The winner moves on to the quarterfinals in a best-of-3 that's going to take place tomorrow. Still got plenty of rounds left today, though, to see who it's going to be.
Okay, so looking towards that vertical. A couple of shots towards the window is going to force him back to that electrical side. And now they know where he's at, so they're going to start to put some pressure on from that main breach. Maverick starts to open it up on the top end. They did bring along the buck to potentially open it up if they need, but they did it early, right? So as soon as Maverick gets that bottom part taken care of, then they're going to have that wall completely open. Smoke goes out to stop that push in the electrical window. Nobody really there making that push. The air jab goes off, but he's going to be relatively safe. Nobody making that push towards him. It's a minute and a half, Whiskey, and we're still 5-all.
Oh, there it is. You save 5 all, minute and a half. It's going to be Aiden that goes down first, but Vic Bans answers back, ties this thing up in a 4v4. So now a double from Vic. They've got a little bit of the IT control. Push in, try and find one of the Fenrir's. So this is good defensive utility in play, but Rice and the buck from downstairs. I thought he was going to pick up one, but goes down to trades, ringing out like crazy for the final minute.
That's right. Stompn finds the headshot onto Golden, now puts us into a 2v1. A smoke canister goes out. One left in hand to try to stop this final bit of a push in here from that garage area. And they've got still a good amount of time. 49 seconds as it starts to count down, which means this has to be a well-placed smoke grenade to have some decent effect. Now, Twitch drone is going to be able to find one. And that's going to stop him from getting inside on the backside here. Looking for that push over, and that smoke's going to clear him. It's going to keep him set and solid, which means as soon as that fire's done, he might be able to push in and make the swing. He's going to have to deal with some flashes. Takes a bit of the damage from the smoke, unafraid. Flash goes out, a little bit of a blinding, a quick pre-fire, and he's going to find it. Vic Bans just going crazy on the round.
The thing about this team, we talk about it, anybody can pop off and be that contribution. Yeah, Stompn has been the MVP 3 maps in a row, but he's backed up by a hell of a team. The Columbians, even though, despite that Goliath status, they've managed to find 2 on defense on Nighthaven, so can't hang back, can't wait any, and I don't think they are. Going to see them try a tank assembly defense now, but man, what a play. Smoke holding upstairs in connector, had the diffuser, but when you got 2 players well coordinated, even with the area denial from the smoke, they make the push in, shut him down, grab another attacking win upstairs. So it is, 3 attacking wins upstairs for on the 2F. This is the best opportunity here for the Columbians and the last opportunity on defense. Round 6, game 4 of 4 today. Who's going to be moving on at the best-of-3 quarterfinals tomorrow? It's going to be M80x or the Columbians. A couple more rounds to figure it out, but well, there's some opportunities here the Columbians have taken advantage of.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, yeah, even though the best you can hope for is a 3-3 against an aggressive M80 attack, I feel like that's a W, right? As long as you're able, as the Columbian Christians, able to bring that same vibe, bring that same authority, bring that same real estate grabbing potentiality, then yeah, you might do well on this attack side of it. 3-3 would be a great half for Columbian Christians.
Got Matumba playing downstairs, running the Legion in the kitchen again. Pretty common setup for him, holding on to this site, prevents any of this push in. M80 is very good. We've talked about how good on the vertical control they are. Nighthaven has got a ton of breachable floor above it. You have got to have a good hold. And the other big thing we saw back on this basement site was Roth playing the Vigil, grabbing a double on a huge flank. It was one of the big reasons that they won back on round 2. You've got to find him, shut him down. Roth playing that Vigil again, avoiding some of this intel, and there it is. What a miss! Or a bait! Which one was it?
Who even knows, right? It could be a bait. It could be that Stompn's just that good. It's a 180 flick from the top of the stairs, and he finds it. Almost equalized, but Vic Vans is able to take Gold Laguner off the board, and that's going to be answered back as Aiden goes down. Stompn to find him, and the return fire does take us into a 4v2. Minute 40 left on the board, and the defense now starting to feel the pressure. It's going to be a rotate around as that Twitch drone just being absolutely nutty. Nubs is going to find 2. Stompn and Rice goes down, now into a 2-2, and a low health situation for Vic Vans, the Twitch. Into a tough situation, start to open up on that crossfire, make sure there's nothing from that hallway that's going to prove to be difficult as they get in and start to put that plant down. Franklin with the diffuser in hand will be the one to potentially make that stick for the plant. Coming on the backside, a couple of pre-fires. Warden now holding on to the door, and that's going to be a triple kill from Nubs as Franklin is going to get the answer back. So put us into an old-fashioned 1v1. Plant starting to go down. It's the sound. No C4 to have it, so he's going to get up and he's going to make the run, but it's a couple of pre-fires. Looking for it. Takes the pre-fire.
Franklin!
No, Franklin's just better. Takes it on the strafe shot. Good night. Sleep tight. 4-2 on the half.
Man, it came down to the 1v1 in that final scenario for the Columbians, and unfortunately, if you're a Columbian fan, Franklin just better comes up with the win in that 1v1 fight in the basement. So now the side swap. We're going to see how M80x handles their defense of Nighthaven, already going significantly better than what we saw versus JJ & Co. in that semifinal game last week. Just a week ago when we saw this team. They lost 7-1, so this is a huge bounce back for the team. They are playing better. I know we're not quite at that same level. We're not at the quarterfinals. This team definitely got a little bit of an advantage in the way that bracket played out. No, Patch talked about it in the chat. There's still a couple great teams left alive, but between these, right now, M80x very close to qualifying for the Swiss stage here in the Challenger Series, just a couple rounds away. And we're going to talk about it more, but if M80x can win here in the Open Qualifier number 2, that Qualifier number 3 is only going to be about who M80x is playing in the Swiss.
5 seconds left.
Okay. So, Deimos on the board for the attacks. They're going to go ahead and stick the pick. On the side of the defense, an investment into holding on to those walls as Cade is on the board here. C4 in hand. 3 of them, actually. It's Franklin and Aiden also going to be rocking it. We're going to see Stompn put himself onto the Azami. We've seen put to great use, especially on Bank specifically, right? Where we saw that Kiva Berry where he traps the Blackbeard at the top of blue. That's just some of the gameplay that you can expect here. Going to try to get active against this blitz. We'll see if he comes up.
225, working the angle. Plenty of setup here from the M80 side. They're taking a little bit of time, making sure everything is up. But you see all of these orange outlines. They are in, ready to make the push, and it is very much a electrical connector side take here, backed up by the Nubs shield. Problem is they got to deal with Franklin and that shotgun holding tight.
Ooh, okay. First minute has counted down. Drone starting to get in and suss him out. There's a C4. Is he going to find it? No. Matumba going to use the L85 to claim Aiden's head. Man advantage down to the hands of the Columbians. Blitz is poised, prepped, ready to send in. A couple of pre-fires. Azami on a Kiva barrier is going to take a couple of shots, and the C4 is not going to go. Unfortunate that it's not going to send over and be that jinxy C4 that we've come to know and love. Instead, Blitz going to stay primed and prepped and ready to send it. Bees
Yeah,
go
that-
out, gonna reveal location. Go ahead.
That's uncharacteristic, really, from this team. The fact that they had two big missed C4s, the one on the IT side and then the one on the electrical side. Really, the Columbians buying a bit of a advantage there by catching a break. That's an uncharacteristic mistake there from M80x. But when you're up 4-2, you got a little bit of this opportunity. You can survive making some of those mistakes. Got to convert it into a round win though here, and man, pushing up, double kill from Matumba, but it's a 3v4, 52 seconds left. Plenty of opportunity left. This attacking team to try and make something happen. Still have got 3 full health operators, and it is Stompn left alive.
That's right, and that's going to be Rice to be able to find, or no, Stompn to be able to find that kill on a Matumba is going to be the equalizer here as we now sit into a 3-3. 33 seconds left on the board, and that's the B starting to go out, and Blitz going to make the scenic route rotate around. So Grim pushing from electrical and Blitz pushing from IT, looking to get themselves a bit of a pinch, but the shotgun's going to ring out and take down Golden. It's going to take, oh man, it's just going to fall apart. 3 shotguns in the realm of the close quarter combat. Well, M80x is just proven to be better.
Even with the shield in hand, even playing the Blitz, not against the shotgun, you're not going to win that battle. M80x goes 5-2. We are 2 rounds away from putting this team in the qualifiers. In that quarter final best of 3 is next up on the slate. That game's going to happen tomorrow, though, between these. So the last game, the 4th game in a row here for M80x to try and win through this bracket. The Columbian Christians, the last stand before they take it to that quarterfinal game. So as we're watching this one play out, my friend, the Columbian Christians are putting up a good fight. They have found a few opportunities, but even when M80x is making a mistake, they still manage to shut down whatever attack, whatever defense that they have brought along, and correcting those mistakes live while that round is happening. It's making it tough for the Columbians to really push an advantage in that way. I like that they're bringing out, I was going to say, the Blitz is, you know, I was a certified Blitz hater for a long time. He's with the shield buff, he's gotten to be better. I just don't know that he's the right operator against this team.
Yeah, I mean, he is the spearhead. He is that push point. If you can find a member of M80x isolated and alone, then yeah, this is a golden pick here. But really, what's more likely to happen is the C4 to potentially launch you off the board. There's 3 of them. Franklin bringing along that intel as well on the yokai, so going to have some live direct pings of exactly where it's going. They don't bother to go with that wall being barricaded up. Instead, they're going to let the Blitz start to push in at the backside here. Vic Band's going to find his life forfeit as Matumba getting active. Matumba goes down on the trade as Stompn is able to equalize. Now puts us into a 4-4 situation with 2:27 left on the board.
That's right. He's already picked up 10 kills. 10, 4, and 2. Now, Nubs and Matumba were sort of leading the charge on the Columbian Christian side. Matumba goes down. You still have got Nubs, and he's playing the Blitz. So I know we were just talking about it. He's left alive, a little bit of the spearhead, but they got to work the vertical angle here. Got to try and make sure that that none of these M80x defenders playing around the map, right? They're holding on all over the place right now. Nobody really bunkered back down, and I think that makes it more difficult here for this Columbian team. They're going to have to win a couple of these 1v1s early, give them enough time to make the push downstairs.
That's right. Sees a peek at the Blitz and is going to go ahead and nope his way on out of there. Nubs getting a little bit of damage. Now they make the swing up, and that's going to be Stompn to take one down. Answer back as Aiden goes down. Nubs looking for that kill. Rice going to take one. Stompn going to find another, and that's going to be Legion with his live forfeit. Now puts us into a 2v1 situation. Ace the last alive. They've got the intel. They hear where he's at, and now it's time to make that final bit of push.
They got the win condition down, Stompn off the board, but the problem is Franklin and Rice still doing a fantastic job. Plus, it's the intel from that the Echo still left alive. There's a minute. He's got some, he still has one of those ace charges left to open up one of those sight lines, using the drone, trying to set something up for his team to be able to give him some intel. Nobody coming from the backside there, but there it is. The camera identifies him. They know he's sitting at the bottom of the cargo stairs looking for that push in, but look at this. The Echo drone, yeah, it's just toying with the Columbians right now.
Just keeping them on fraud watch here as the ace is trying to find a way to push in. It's guarded on pillar. There's not a chance to plant with the yokais here unless you shoot it down, and they're just getting a continuous feed of intel from the members who were relegated to the cameras early on.
No!
And just gonna keep it going. Absolute bullies. So now to a 2v1, 19 shots. He's gonna start to go for the play as there was 19 seconds left on the board. Z4 rings out, not able to find it, but it is gonna stop the plant. So now 11, as it starts to count down, he's got to take the swing, but Franklin is just ready. They are just better, and they are just about to win this.
That's right, my friend. Just about. They've made it. Match point on their fourth and final game today. M80x looking to shut it down. It has been a day of best of ones. It has been a weekend of best of ones as the Challenger Series qualifier number 2 is winding its way down to the final 8. Quarterfinals, those final 8 can be playing for qualification spots tomorrow in a best of 3. M80x is 1 round away from making it to that qualification game. Now, they got close last week. They lost to JJ & Co. in that best of 3, but they bounced back better this time around. And you had the stats on Stompn earlier. He's added another 12 and 5 to that KD. Crushing it right now. Columbians aren't done, though, even though it's match point for this team. Got to be perfect for 4 in a row. They could pull it off. We've seen it happen. Just not against this team.
Yeah. Okay. Yep, that's a fair point. So 4 in a row, we can see it. It can happen. We're hoping for it. We want more siege. We want maybe a little bit of overtime, a little bit of excitement here towards the end of it. That's the fun of Quals, right? Is any team can play. Spoiler here. Man, you said it. 12 and 5 whiskey. Does that take them up to 48 and 18 on the day currently? Sheesh. If they win this round, we'll see M80 going 28 and 5, only dropping 5 rounds today. That could be absolutely huge.
28 and 5, an unbelievable round count. And I know it's this huge bracket. You've got everybody in the scene here in North America playing today, fighting for a spot. But to pick up that many, not dropping, not making that many mistakes across the board, including play against former pros, a hell of a run from this team. Going for the bandit trick, though, not going to happen. Aiden backing off. So this is Abe. I was going to say, did that wall open up?
He got it. Now they're going to start to send in the Ram drone here. Takes a couple of shots. Almost rewarded for his efforts, but they're able to get away and back to relative safety of the 2F location. Here's what we love to see out of the Ram. It's a quick entry. You throw the boogie in, it breaks it down, and all of a sudden you're in and guns up. Now look at that. Why do you play the Clash? Because absolutely devastating to other shield players. That electricity goes off. He's able to push that shield aside. Pushing in, Aiden's able to find 1 off the board. Roth goes down, now puts us into an equalized number count on the 4-4. Now it's going to be a shield versus shield. They take a couple of shots. Aiden's going to take Nubs off the board. That was the big hero. He is now gone. And a C4 to a teammate. Rice takes Franklin down. Stompn able to find one with 1:20 left. Rice is also down, so technically we fall into a 2v2. A 2v1 as the triple kill from Aiden comes out. You know what? Break out the barbecue sauce, baby, because Aiden just brought himself a 4-piece.
Boy, to finish it off, what a run. A 7-2 victory. You said it. Only 5 rounds in total today this team dropped. 5 rounds, and that is 4 games in a row for the M80x Stompn to pick up an MVP. 7-2 victory. Hell of a game from him and this team in general. We have been treated to some fantastic siege over the last 2 weekends here on the open quals for the Challenger Series 1 and 2. 4 games today and 4 victories from M80x in a pretty dominant fashion across the board.
What can I say? It's good to be the king.
Not
dethroned.
4 MVPs.
What do you
and
say?
I know,
what do you even say?
When you're backed up by an incredible supporting roster, right? These are not solo plays by any means. His team supporting
Except for the
him,
ones
putting
that
him in
were.
the right. All right, there's some 1v1s that are unbelievable, but I just saying, like, the fact that you've got this team, there is a reason that M80 picked them up as the Academy roster, and they are certainly making a push for belonging in the Pro League, for being at the top. Now, they still have some tremendous work cut out for them. They still have to win a quarterfinal game tomorrow in a best of 3 to qualify here in the NA Open Qual 2. And I know there's a lot of, we bring this up at Ben, we've been seeing these questions in the chat. What's left? How many games are left? How many more do we have to win? This is the Challenger Series Path to Pro. In this case, the Open Qualifier number 1 done last week. M80 lost to JJ & Co. The Qualifier number 2, seeing M80 pick up 4 in a row at this point, looking like one of the top 4 teams, certainly that's going to make it in the Open Qualifier number 2. Open Qualifier number 3 is going to happen the next weekend, and we're going to be looking for, come back here to the Siege Double Shot. We're going to find out which teams are going to play Stompn and the M80x roster in the Swiss stage. That's what we're going to be looking for next weekend in that qualifier number 3, assuming they win tomorrow. 1 Swiss invite, and then 3 teams coming from the LATAM region round out that 16-team Swiss stage. So on their way to the NAL affiliate spot. A lot of Siege left to play. This game's not defining who goes to the Pro League, but it is a necessary step. Man, what a day of Siege, my friend.
Yeah, no kidding. The path to pro, the gateway to greatness, and it all started here. 4 best of 1s. M80 just looking like they are the team to beat here. Man, I can't believe we're already over. This was the quickest 4 best of 1s that we've might have ever done.
We've been streaming for just about 4 hours at this point, and to get in 4 best of 1s is really surprising. Normally the bracket moves a little bit slower, and really across the board, some of these other brackets are really waiting a long time. We were definitely blessed, and M80 really showed up today with 7-0 victories, and again, only dropping 28-5 from a round count. Incredible for them. So tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, here back on the Siege Double Shot, we are going to be showing that best of 3 quarterfinal game here, where we find out whether or not M80x and Stompn qualifies to the Swiss stage here in the Challenger Series. We're going to carry that game live, my friends.
Yeah, absolutely. So just want to say a huge thank you. Thank you to the teams. Thank you to the Challenger Series. And most importantly, thank you to you guys. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the follows. If you want some more of it, you can check us out on Twitter. I'm at glitter_whiskey. He's at racingengr. And we love to talk Siege. We're stomping all day there. The king reigns supreme. So make sure that you check it out. And let's talk about it. Let's talk some clips. Let's look at your ranks. Let's grade them. Whatever you want. Just come hit us up on Twitter if you feel like playing with the Whiskey Boys. We're not good at Siege. We love to talk about Siege. We're not good at playing it. So if you want to carry a couple of old guys here in some Siege ranked, join our Discord. Come hang out with us. We got anything from Copper to Champ and some competitive in between as well. Just a lot of Siege going on here for the Whiskey Boys. And of course, after Challenger Series is over, we will be back to Saturdays and Sundays being dedicated to those roller series, covering the Jinxie tournaments, covering the Stomp and Play, Kaysen, J-Guns, Mingo, everybody. We catch them all, and you can find that all right here on the Siege Double Shot. But for today, for this session, for these best of 1s, we have unfortunately reached the part where we must, alas, bid you adieu. So as the lights start to dim and the jukebox starts to sing closing time, as always, my friends, you don't have to go home.
But you can't stay here.
Ayo.
Let's go.